We'll get to that. White noise? Yeah, white noise. Classic. What's up, by the way, Mag? That was a lot of water. But I needed it. What's up, Adipie? Oh yeah, it'll be out super soon. It'll probably be out by this weekend at the latest. But you are going to be here live for a podcast episode recording. Yeah, tomorrow morning I've got a whole bunch of bullshit I got to do. I got to head to like our licensing office and renew my license, and then I gotta go to our DMV and re-register my car, and then I gotta get an oil change, so I got a bunch of bullshit I gotta do tomorrow morning. But don't think that means I'm turning in early, because it doesn't. We're gonna record this episode, and then we're going to finish Silent Hill Homecoming. Because quite honestly, we don't have that much left. Oh, you guys want to see the new logos? Look, there's our gaming logo. So when we talk about gaming news, we have this Nintendo adjacent logo now. And then I've got this one, which is a Sega adjacent logo. And then we have Old Faithful. There's the original logo. So now we can pick and choose which one we want to use. But if it's gaming related, I'll use the Nintendo one. And if it's just a standard talking point, I'll use this one. And I'll just manually switch it. There's a way that I can auto switch it. But it's not really that pressing of an issue. It's not super urgent for me to need to be able to do that on the fly. But yeah, I like it a lot. I like both of those. Honestly, I just made both of these really quick. I just made both of them really quick in Windows Photo Editor with the markup tool. And then I just went into Microsoft Paint 3D. Microsoft Paint 3D, and then I put the text in. So very easy to edit those. Anyways. Yeah, so the next couple weeks we should have guests on each episode. Dave is going to be on soon. USF4 Dave is his name. He should be on very soon. So that's awesome. We mainly just plan to talk about life and shit. We don't have like a set topic. And then I want to have Swix on soon. I don't know if Wood's going to be on. It kind of feels like that may not happen, and that's okay. But yeah, if Wood doesn't come on, that's fine. But we'll have other people like Swix. I want to ask Swix to come on soon. John said he wanted to come back for a second episode. So yeah. Plenty of guests. Hey, what's up? What's up, Gendo? What the hell is that? Oh, I've never seen that emote before. Oh, what's up, dude? How do I avoid the awkward silences on podcasts? Well, a lot of it just comes down to... appreciate that, by the way. But a lot of it just comes down to playing off of chat and what people are saying. Because a lot of times where you can't see the chat on the podcast, I can. Because in the beginning, I wanted to hide the chat. So I would kind of glance over and see someone mention something. And I would just use that and just kind of keep the conversation going. But it's not hard, you know, just to keep talking. I mean, I could just keep talking virtually forever about whatever, you know. But it mainly just takes practice. You know, you just practice a little bit and then you're used to it. So it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, and that's also true, 100%. Yeah, me having 3+, almost 4+ years of streaming under my belt, like very consistently, helps with that. Like once you've been on camera this much, I remember being nervous about being on camera in the beginning, dude. And now this feels like home. I mean, this is like the most comfortable thing that there is me sitting under these lights and talking to you guys. So yeah, you just naturally get comfortable with it over time. But like anything, you know, practice makes perfect. You have to practice and there's no shortcut. No, I have a set of topics. I have some things that I've kind of been holding on to that I've wanted to talk about. There was actually one last Silent Hill Homecoming stream that, you know, I kind of started to get into, and then Kendo was like, we should save this for the podcast, so I'm going to. But yeah. I always try to come in with a set list of topics, and then the chat kind of steers it in a more interesting direction. So it kind of organically makes it a more interesting episode than the one that I had laid out. And that's what I love about doing it live. Fuck it, I'll write it and we'll do it live. Classic internet clip right there. But yeah, we'll be starting in just a couple minutes. I just don't like to jump right into it, like instantly, because there are some people, I've gotten some DMs and they're like, dude, why do you start so quick? Like I didn't get a chance to be at the beginning of the episode. So I like to give it, you know, 15 minutes or so. 15 minutes for just starting and then 15 minutes to kind of get rolling and then we start. But I've got all the logos and I'm ready to go. By the way, I have a couple new songs in my playlist. Like this one. Prisonic Fairy Tale from Silent Hill 2. But yeah, I'm very happy with the topics today. This is going to be an awesome episode. Yeah, I'm old school. I just use Notepad. I just use a Notepad doc that says the episode name and some of the topics, and I just leave it minimized so I can glance over at it. Don't want to get into Silent Hill already, but dude, it's wild how just the audio design of Silent Hill 2 creeps me out compared to the full-fledged modern horror games. That really might have been the golden age of horror back then. What it comes down to, you're 100% right, but what it comes down to, I feel, is that Konami did not understand the sheer amount of talent that the original Team Silent had, and they took it for granted. The combination of Akira Yamaoka solo doing all that sound design, both music, sound effects, everything in between. He was the Foley artist, he was everything. Combined with the fact that one guy, Takayoshi Sato, did all the CG cutscenes, that is just an unbelievable amount of talent compiled onto one team. And they didn't see that, and they didn't see the need to hold on to those guys post Silent Hill 3, and that's what sucks. But yeah, they were incredibly talented, and I agree with you. I think that was the golden age. I think it was the golden age because that was the time where horror games were pushing graphical capabilities. Like, when you played Silent Hill 3, that was the best looking game in the industry on PC when it came out, outside of maybe Doom 3. Which I think either came out later that year or the same year. But it was one of the best looking games on the entire market when it came out. And that just was kind of never the case after that, because survival horror games just kind of dipped in popularity after 6th gen. Now they became popular again because of games like Amnesia, and everybody wants to... Oh, you know what? I'm going to save this for the podcast because I wanted to talk about this. Exactly, yes. That's so similar to what I just typed, Kendo. The rise of survival horror in the late 90s, which peaked arguably around 2003 or 4. I mean, Fatal Frame 2, Silent Hill 3 came out the same year. That's a crazy year. And then 2004 started to decline a little bit. We had Silent Hill 4 and a few others, and then I think as it was kind of on its deathbed was probably 2006 with like Haunting Ground and Rule of Rose not being very popular, but now they're very rare and sought after games. Alan Wake 2 was a decent game, but man, nothing today is as nearly as scary as back then. Yeah, I almost feel like PlayStation... I think Silent Hill 1 is actually scarier in some ways than 2, because, you know, Silent Hill 1, a lot of the environments and stuff, it's so organic, the way that they're crafted, and also the poly count, like the polygon count is so low that when you look at walls, you can almost see things that aren't really there. Like, your mind starts to play a little bit of tricks on you. And I love that about the first game. I'm sure the low poly nature added to the horror. It's why there's some devs trying to recapture absolutely, like Puppet Combo or Torture Star Video. One wins presentation-wise by a mile. Alan Wake 1? Yeah, Alan Wake 1 was a very good game when it came out. You know, funny enough, Alan Wake 1 was stuck in development hell for a long time. Remedy has talked about that before, where like... Oh, Silent Hill 1? Oh, yeah. Yes, I am very much a Fumito Ueda enjoyer. Ico and Shadow of Colossus are two of my favorite games ever. She was here earlier. She was the first person that said anything in the chat. But yes, Ico and Shadow of Colossus are amazing. Sadly, I actually have not got a chance to play Last Guardian because I didn't have a PS4 at the time that it came out. But yes, Fumito Ueda is amazing. I need to play Shadow of Colossus very soon. I actually have the PS3 collection version, but I don't have the PS4 remastered version. Yeah, that's one thing about him though, is I appreciate that he doesn't just push games out. Like, he does not release shit until it's ready. Fumito Ueda. Wow, he's only 53. That's fairly young considering. Fumito Ueda's next game might be repurposing the original concept of Shadow of the Colossus. The Last Guardian is superb as well. The ending just ties it up so beautifully. Yeah, I know. It was because, you know, some people were so obsessed with the... some people were so obsessed with the development hell and waiting for it that when it finally came out, it was just like, oh shit, yeah, there's that game that people have been waiting on for like 3 years. Oh, okay. And then it was just kind of released with lukewarm response and not many people talked about it, I feel. But I heard that it was really, really good. So this is going to be a little bit more of a gaming-centric episode, but I do still have some sort of real-life things that I wanted to talk about. Which, of course, we'll get into. But yes, there are a lot of gaming-related topics that I haven't got a chance to talk about. By the way, there was a very interesting 4chan leak recently about a possible RE Code Veronica remake. That's something I want to talk about. So if you guys don't know about that, there also, before Sora was announced as the final character in Smash Ultimate, there was a 4chan leak about that of somebody that was saying they worked at Nintendo they worked at Disney in the licensing department, and Nintendo called them and asked them if they could license some songs for the trailer. There was so much drama with that dev. Apparently they took way too long making it for PS3, such that Sony rebuilt it for PS4 to market as a new game for their new platform, while Ueda wanted to keep it PS3, which is why he left and started Gen Design. Yeah, it sucks when like the vision of the artist, and this goes for every industry, when the vision of the artist conflicts with like the producers and the suits and all that other shit. It just creates a bunch of problems. Like it literally every industry it happens.
I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
The internet bill, the electric bill. Okay. So really quick, let me set up my audio tracks here. Just setting up my audio tracks to where the sound alerts should not be caught. Okay. Yeah, it's a Blue Yeti. I've been saving up my pennies. All right, let's get started. Let's sip some caffeine and get the fuck started. Did you see the new logo, Mag? I think I already showed you. Check that out. By the way, to the eBay boneyard with these things. To the eBay boneyard with these motherfuckers. These are my old cam links. This is what I used to use to capture. One of them would capture my camera. Admittedly, the camera one worked really well. I can't lie. The camera one worked super well. But the game capture one worked horribly. It very rarely worked the way that I needed it to. So these are going to the eBay boneyard very soon. And I'm just going to use them to help offset the cost of the new capture card, the Magewell. And yeah, it's spelled Magewell, but apparently it actually is pronounced Magewell. I don't get it. Anyways, let's get into it. Let's record this episode. Hopefully it should be around an hour in length, but feel free, guys, feel free to chat all throughout it. I'm going to leave the chat on the screen and I will respond and expand upon any questions or anything you guys have. Nintendo coming for the stream? I would hope not. I changed the colors and everything. So, but hey. And plus, I really don't think they give a shit. I'm not like an LLC or any kind of production company. I'm just a little guy. But hey, if they want me to remove it, I'll remove it. And this is only for the gaming aspect of the show anyway. This is still my standard logo. All right. Going mute on the music. Let's go. Is it just me or does the camera seem extremely dark, you guys? Okay, that's a little bit better. I just don't want it to be extremely dark. Kind of angle it that way. That's better. Yeah. I just turned it up one notch on the brightness is all. Okay. Now, I did also increase the overall stream quality to 8,000 kilobits. And also, for me, it's always like this. It's hot as hell in here. Not where it affects quality. Yeah, I actually kind of, you know what, I'm just gonna fucking... I actually kind of like it being a little bit darker. It kind of matches my aesthetic, you know? My aesthetic. Anyways. Enough fiddling around. Let's get started. All right, everybody. Stamp of approval, episode 10. We finally made it here. I did skip Valentine's week because, you know, I do have a significant other, so I didn't feel that recording a podcast episode would be the coolest thing to do. But we're here. We're back. Episode 10. We do have some other guests coming in the future, too, so this will not be, you know, a big string of solo episodes. I do hope to have a guest on very soon. Now, I have a lot of topics that I want to get through tonight. Some of them gaming related and some of them can just kind of real life related and things that I've kind of been mulling over the past few weeks. So I definitely want to kind of get through those in a timely manner. I always say this, I'm not in the business of wasting anybody's time. And I don't think anybody on Twitch should be in the business of wasting anybody's time. So without further ado, let's go ahead and just get into it. Now, this is something that I have meant to bring up with at least one of my guests, but inevitably, you know, once we get talking and the chat starts going, the conversation gets steered into a more organic direction, and we usually don't end up covering all the topics that I have preset, and that's fine. But the first thing I wanted to talk about, because again, this has been kind of a consistent theme in my life ever since my dad originally sat me down when I was maybe 13 and told me this. He told me back then that your coworkers are not your friends. And there's a difference between coworkers, friends, and acquaintances. There's a big categorization difference between all three. And understanding that separation and being able to separate those three types of people is actually really, really crucial for you to succeed and also to know what you should and should not say around those people. The most scuffed podcast? Well, see, that's self-explanatory, though, Adipie. I shouldn't have to say that because everyone already knows it. Everybody already knows this is the most scuffed podcast in the world. Maybe someday we'll have the production quality of some larger ones, but anyways. Yeah, so, you know, when it really comes down to it, the way that a lot, especially if you're working in the corporate world or you're in a corporate environment, coworkers, if So picture this scenario, you've got your feet to the fire over something. You're kind of in some hot water over it. Your boss is needing you to prove that you've either been doing something or that you're being as productive as you say you are. And for whatever reason, you can't produce the evidence, but you know that a coworker could back you up. I'm just telling you based on my own experience. No, things haven't been dicey at work, but this is just, general life experience stuff. I'm just telling you from my personal experience, 9 times out of 10, those coworkers will not back you up because they don't also want to be in hot water alongside you. The way that a lot of work environments are structured and the way that especially corporate and retail and these industries where you kind of start on the lower rung of the ladder and climb your way up one at a time, it really is very competitive, and a lot of it comes down to winning against other coworkers. So if you notice that another coworker is they've got they're at neck level underwater, most of the time in the corporate world, it's sadly more beneficial for you to just let them be there and just pretend like you don't know what they're talking about and that you're being productive and you have no clue what they have going on. And in my personal experience, like I said, that's kind of how people have treated it. I had a situation in an IT position several years ago for a university where we were supposed to process these tickets in the morning. There would be emails that would come in overnight from various different departments, and we were supposed to sort of compartmentalize and make tickets, work orders to process these things. And we each had a folder on kind of a shared network drive for our process tickets and, where we had created them. And for whatever reason, I never was given a folder and I didn't have the permissions to make one. So I was using other people's folders. But where I made the mistake is I didn't put my name on it and I didn't indicate in any way that it was me doing it. Now, all my coworkers knew this, that I was doing this, and nobody ever had an issue with it. But then one day, I guess one of my bosses got curious and he was just kind of browsing through the folder and he's like, wait, why doesn't real name have a folder? So he comes over and comes into my office and he's like, have you not been processing emails in the morning all this time? And I was like, oh no, I have. I've been putting them in other people's folders because I didn't get a folder and I just hadn't asked about getting one yet. Well, he goes and asks the 2 girls and a guy whose folders I've been using, and they say they have no idea what I'm talking about, despite us having many conversations about this. So, you know what I mean? It's like, and I didn't consider them friends, but I did at least think that they would do me a solid and be like, oh yeah, he's been putting stuff in my folder, but they didn't want to take the heat for it, I guess. So they just kind of threw me under the bus. And I actually ended up getting written up about it. But it's like, I didn't really take it personally because, I've been thinking a lot about this here lately, trying my best to not make decisions based on my emotions. And really try to be more in this logical space and be more emotionally mature about the decisions that I make and the company that I keep. So, whereas when I was younger, I would get really mad about it and call people out and message people some really snide passive aggressive shit. Like when I was maybe 18 or 19, I would do that. Nowadays, it's like, whatever, I'm just going to chalk it up as a loss and move on. And experiences like that really teach you that it is incredibly important to be independent in the workforce to the best of your ability. It's important to maintain good relationships with your supervisors, but it's not the most important thing in the world to maintain good relationships with coworkers. And I don't mean that in the sense of, oh, you should just be a lone wolf and ignore your coworkers and focus strictly on yourself. No, it's still very productive to be helpful to your coworkers, but you just don't have to extend that into any sort of friendship or discussing interests in life outside of work, unless there's a team building exercise or something that warrants it. You don't really need to get into all that. And it's actually more beneficial if you don't, because there's less distractions, less to even discuss really, and more time for you to focus on your own performance and your own growth within any particular industry or company. So, to that end, also, I see this all the time where people are like, oh, this is my work wife, or, oh, this is my work BFF, and this, that, and the other. That's fine. Just as long as you know that there needs to inherently be a separation, that can work. I've seen situations where people are just attached at the hip and they get a lot of work done and they're really productive. They work well together, but it's usually people that are in a leadership role. It's usually if one particular team has two supervisors that just so happen to work together really well, that's usually where that can work more than anything else. And it's because work husbands / wives are gross, but that's a different story. It's just a weird term. You know, I feel like it's an uncomfortable term. I don't know. It just feels awkward anytime I see somebody legit use that and not be joking about it. But anyways. So yeah, that's just basically what it comes down to. Your coworkers are not your friends. And, you know, my mom's dealt with this many times where, you know, they were basically going to formally file a complaint because of work conditions. She thought that this coworker would have her back. And then when it came down to it and the chips were down, the other coworker was just too quiet and freaked out to say anything because she didn't want to lose her job. So, you know, it happens in every industry all over the place. Unfortunately, the way that the workforce is structured, specifically in the US, but I would say most Western workforces, is you're replaceable. And this is the mentality that's kind of handed down from the top. Not in all companies. Thankfully, I work in a company now where this is not the case. But in a lot of industries and a lot of companies, you're replaceable. And if you don't like the way things work, get up out of here and we can replace you in 48 hours. And that's just generally how it goes. What's up, She? And this is why we stay jobless, woohoo. Honestly, something that I really love is the growth of remote work. My company is a good example, but there's a lot of others out there that were actually prepared for the pandemic in a lot of ways. They basically said, look, we're just going to order a ton of monitors, a ton of docks, like docking stations for laptops. What's up, Medicine Man? And we're going to send everybody home and everybody grab 2 laptops, the cables you need, this, that, and the other, and just go home, you know, fine. And we'll figure the rest out from there. And they actually even stopped renting out the office space because they noticed that just basically nobody was in there. And so they thought, what's the point of us spending $10,000 to $15,000 a month to rent out this floor of office space if nobody's going to use it? So a lot of companies learned that this work that they previously just doubled down on and refused to let people do from home is actually fairly possible from home. So, you know, there may not be a lot of positives. Am I evil for wanting another lockdown? I wouldn't use the word wanting a lockdown. I would say that quarantine was me in my own element, though, in a selfish way. Obviously, I don't want people to get sick. I don't want people to be, you know, paranoid and masking up and being afraid of getting sick and not being able to visit family. That's really miserable and sad. But quarantine was me in my element. I will say that because it was basically, oh, hey, it's the lifestyle I'm already living. So, you know, whenever quarantine hit and everybody was talking about, oh my God, it's so boring to be at home and this, that, and the other, I was like, what's the problem? Anyways, yeah, exactly. Lockdown, not outbreak. I don't like the sickness aspect of it, but the quarantine aspect of it, I didn't have a problem with, really. Exactly, Adipai, yeah. I was already doing it, so what's the difference? But yeah, so, you know, I think it's just a mentality thing, and it's really a perspective thing as well. You know, just making sure that you're not treating a coworker as if they're your best friend. If they're strictly your coworker, you don't see them outside of work, you don't talk to them outside of work. I know we want to trust people. I think a lot of people are very naturally trusting, but you have to keep people at arm's length because admittedly, you cannot trust anybody. You don't know for sure what their motives are. And it could very well be a situation where you're telling them these personal things about your life. And instead of them, you know, taking that information and using it in a productive way, they could very well be creating this stockpile of things to dump. If you're ever trying to get ahead or you're trying to get a higher up position, they could just be creating this stockpile of things to leak to your managers, to put on social media. You just don't know. You never know. I love being at home, especially because I was living with my mom. Yeah. Quarantine did lead to a spike in divorces, so rip to those couples. Yeah. Yeah, I heard that. Like a lot of people were, you know, quarantined in their apartments together and they were just spending too much time together and arguing and this, that, and the other. So that sucks, but it definitely happened. So, and you know, it kind of comes back to what I've talked about in the past again, which is you have to hold everybody to the same standards and not be too trusting, because the one time you're a little bit too trusting with a coworker, you guys get into a deep conversation, especially if it's via, you know, a chat program like Microsoft Teams or Zoom or anything that lets you actually type a chat and have it. Listen, all conversations had at work need to be from the perspective that if anybody wants to read this whole transcript, they could at any point. When you're in IT, especially when you're on a VPN for a company, there is someone at that company that can pull that chat log and read every single thing that's being typed. So be very, very careful what you put in the chat. Now, not saying that ever really happens, and in fact, most of the time it's like a legal situation where they have to get permission to pull logs first. But I'm just saying, it's something that you should keep in mind just to cover your own ass. CYA is a very important policy when you're in the corporate world, and really any industry, I would say. And plus, there's a difference between, when I was younger, I would definitely categorize myself as a people pleaser. If someone dared me to do something, I would just do it because I wanted to make people laugh, or I thought that it would be hilarious if I just did it because I had that class clown mentality. But then as I got older, I realized that people really tried to push that really far and tried to get me to do shit that I didn't want to do. So there's a difference between being a people pleaser and a doormat and being independent and helpful at the same time. You can be independent, and the most important thing I learned was just to tell people no. A lot of times when I was younger, I just had this inherent fear of telling people no, because I was like, I want to be the person that always tells people yes. And, because I figured, I would be the exception to the rule in that case, because if you're talking to your friends and they always disappoint you and tell you no about stuff, it's like, I want to be the one person that always says yes and does the cool shit. Yeah, don't be that. There's a reason why everybody else says no. And, it really just comes down to, as soon as someone understands that you're a yes man or someone that'll always say yes to things, inevitably somebody's going to start taking advantage of you. So that's why it's important to keep that, keep the no card. The no card is super, super important. That makes sense. Welcome to the club. And, I've said this before as well, maybe not necessarily on a podcast episode, but you can be honest with people, not in a degrading way, but I've always held the mentality that the truth is a gift, whether people like to hear it or not. So, I've talked about situations in the past with my family or otherwise where I've told people the brutally honest truth. And I'm okay with if people tell me the honest truth as well. If you think my show sucks, if you think my stream sucks, if you think the eyeliner's cringe, the way I dress is cringe or look or act or anything, that's fine. It doesn't mean I'm going to change it, but it's fine. I'm okay with criticism, and trust me, I've gotten a lot of criticism over the years. Capricorn vibes AF. Yeah. But yeah, I've told people things, they've asked me for feedback, and I'm like, well, if you really want to know, I think this is bad. And they didn't take it very well, but it's like, hey, somebody had to say it, because if I didn't say it, you'd go into a situation being deluded and you would honestly look ridiculous. So it's not in a sense of I want to make you look bad or I want to insult you. It's I want to tell you from the perspective of someone outside of your realm or your industry or your profession, your hobby, whatever it is, how this looks, so that you are equipped with that information if you're going to do anything as far as a professional venture. You're going to try to move up a ladder in any particular industry, you need to get that feedback. God knows if I got no feedback from anybody, this show and this stream would be way, way different than it is. So feedback is extremely important, and I can't stand, I'm going to tell this story, but I'm not going to name any names, but people in here probably know who I'm talking about. I went into another stream one time, and you guys know I'm obsessed with audio. Obsessed. Like I am obsessed with every setting, configuration, placement, everything that has to do with mics and headphones. Okay. And this person had some kind of, I don't know if it was a setting or a lack of a setting, but when they made their S sounds with their voice, it was like an ice pick went inside my ear, and it didn't matter what headphones I was wearing. It wasn't me. Like the Shaggy song. It wasn't me. And I go into their stream and I sent one of their mods a very respectful message. I was like, hey, I'm just letting you know that this is happening, and you can actually use this thing called a de-esser. It'll fix it in like 2 seconds. It's super easy to put it onto OBS. It'll take maybe 15 seconds. That's it. And the mod was like, okay, you can go ahead and ask the streamer that because, it's going to be a really easy thing. So I just put it in the chat. I was like, hey, just letting you know, dude, you can download this de-esser. It'll fix that right up, like no problems anymore. It takes literally 10 seconds to add that filter into OBS. And he gets offended. Like he got pissed off at me. He's like, yeah, I've never had anybody else sit in my chat and bitch about my audio. So I think my audio is just fine. But thanks for the suggestion. He's like, I don't need audio tips from chat. I think I'm good. Like, what? Bro, where's the pride? Why are you so prideful about this? Come on now. I just don't understand that mentality. Like, if you have the mentality that your shit is perfect the way it is, you're never going to feel the need to improve. And yeah, there are situations where people are just fucking prodigies and they're told by everyone around them that what they're doing is the right thing. But I just can't wrap my head around why you would want to hurt your viewers' ears every time you make an S sound. Like there's literally a filter, there's a plugin, there's an audio adjustment on virtually every piece of hardware and software called a de-esser for a reason. That's why that exists. Death by S. I literally can't watch their stream because it's so harsh. And I maybe it is just me. Maybe I am just, but again, I don't talk about other streamers in a negative light here. I'll describe scenarios, but I'm not going to drop any names ever because that's just, I feel like that's really tacky and it's not really how I want to be. So it doesn't matter who I'm talking about. I will never drop a name. I leave things vague and that's not really the type of stream I want to be. But anyways, I felt like that was a more than respectful piece of feedback. Maybe his earpiece, it's possible. Yeah. Like maybe his headset mutes it, but I tried AirPods. I tried every pair of headphones I own, and I own like 4 different varieties, and it was bad on all of them, dude. So I don't think it was just me. I just think other people hadn't mentioned it yet. Anyways, so that's pretty much all I wanted to talk about. Like, it's just important. Take people's feedback. Don't take it as gospel, but take it as a contribution to what you're trying to do. If you have never really considered an angle of feedback, or maybe you've never really considered something that someone's told you in terms of feedback, definitely consider it. You don't have to make change every time you're given constructive criticism, but try to augment what you're doing just a little bit to align with what they tell you. Like, perfect example is people used to tell me my shit was way too quiet. They're like, when I go to other streams, I can leave my volume at 100%. And I can hear everything perfectly fine. But when I go to your stream, it's tough to hear. Like, and I noticed, I was like, oh shit, you're right. Like, for some reason, my shit was just super quiet. So I figured it out and I fixed it. Like, imagine if I just folded my arms and said, yeah, sorry, I don't need audio suggestions from chat. I've done the research, I've done the work, and I think my shit's perfect. So appreciate the suggestion, but fuck out of here. You know what I mean? It's like, why? What's the purpose of doing that and just alienating people? Honestly, most people today are way too fragile, so I often have to tread carefully around people. 100%. That's the truest thing about people in general. Like, and I feel like maybe it comes from the isolation that we were talking about earlier from quarantine. There are literally people now, and this is not surprising, this was the case about 10 years ago, who have never, ever had a real job in terms of going out into the workforce and having a team and communicating with other people on the regular and gaining these social skills organically. There are people who never did that, and they just immediately became like a partnered streamer on Twitch, and that's been their job for a very long time. And so because they've never gone out into the workforce and experienced what that world is like and gained those social skills organically, they just think they know best, and they're very fragile about criticism because they think they know best, and they can't like navigate the criticism. You know what I mean? When you go out into the workforce, especially, and you become acquainted with the fact that people are going to shit talk you, yes, growing a backbone, thick skin, it's often called, or growing a backbone, people are going to shit talk you, people are going to spread rumors about you. And the quicker you become comfortable with that, and the quicker you are able to navigate in that situation, that's going to benefit you in all areas of life. So, the way that I handle criticism on the stream and the weird fucking threatening DMs that I get like very frequently, and I don't think it's just me. I've talked to a bunch of other streamers that are roughly my size, and they all say they get weird DMs like that too. It's like people threaten me and then they put like a Bitcoin address as if I'm going to give them fucking money to not do, I don't know. Anyways, most of the ones I've reported against have been banned, but I'm just saying. There isn't a concept of someone knowing better and trying to help you. Yeah, it's always, those types of people always view criticism as you're trying to tear down what I'm doing, or you think there's something wrong with what I'm doing. No, absolutely not. I just think that what you're doing is great, but it could be better, you know? And if someone is an expert in a particular field, like I'm not an expert on cameras. If somebody came in here and told me my camera settings were shit, I'd take what they had to say and I would listen to it, because I'm not an expert. I don't know nearly as much about cameras as I know about audio. I'm not a professional in either. I've just done a lot of research in one versus the other. So, you know, accepting criticism is fine. It doesn't mean you have to change everything based on the feedback, but I think accepting criticism and being comfortable with the constructive ones is definitely a way to improve your content overall. Threatening that's what I was saying the other day. It's like a rite of passage. It starts out with threatening DMs. Later on, it starts out with people trying to dox you, and then it just goes on from there. It's the natural progression of being a content creator. Isn't that fun? It's so fun. With that being said, I want to shift into some of the more gaming-centric topics I wanted to discuss today. So for that, we have a beautiful new logo. Look at that. So now with our official Stampede seal of quality, not approval, it's the seal of quality, we're going to talk about some interesting gaming related stuff that I've been holding off on because, you know, the conversations with the guest, I want to make sure they're more about the guest and putting them on a platform, and so we get to know them. But you guys know I got to geek the fuck out sometimes, so it's time to talk about some gaming stuff. So first thing I wanted to talk about is, what do you guys think? Just quick question. If I were to ask you, what do you think the most influential modern horror game is? And when I say modern, I mean like since maybe the year 2005. What do you think the most influential modern horror game is? Maybe even going back to 2000. It's just right off the top of your head, if you had to say it, what would be the most influential? In terms of people playing it, other games trying to copy it. And the Nintendo Ninja. Yeah, I'm going to receive a cease and desist from official Nintendo channel on Twitch. Luigi's Mansion, RE4. So it's actually Amnesia: The Dark Descent. And the reason why I say that is because Amnesia: The Dark Descent created an entire genre of horror games that is still ongoing to this day, which is the walking simulator / hide and seek type of horror game. Amnesia introduced a new style of horror game that was not about weapons. It was not about, you know, finding shotgun shells and grenades and pistol ammo and stuff like this. It's about just hiding. You know, you can't fight enemies. You just, there's a light and a sanity meter, and you just have to run away and hide from enemies. And it started a whole genre on YouTube of horror Let's Players that were really founded by people like PewDiePie, Markiplier, Jacksepticeye, and a lot of others. Of, you know, this picture-in-picture shot of someone's camera in the corner of the screen where you can see their live reaction of being scared by the game. That kicked off that was like a cannon shot that went off that started a race that nobody even knew they were in, of like, whoa, this is the new thing to do on YouTube, around like 2011 or so. I think the game actually came out in 2010, but those types of videos weren't around until 2011. And that game is so influential that even games to this day are still coming out that are based on some of the mechanics that it introduced, like a light and a dark mechanic, where when you're in the dark, you're slowly losing sanity and things get weirder and weirder. Visage did that. And Visage came out in what, 2019, 2020? Like, that's a very new game, all things considered. Yeah. Now, admittedly, a lot of their reactions were fake and bullshit, but what's not fake and bullshit on YouTube? Come on now. And you could even say PT, RE7, and Alien Isolation are some really modern examples of that type of gameplay too, because RE7, before you get your pistol and before you even get your knife, it has a little bit of that hide and seek with Jack at the beginning. Watching PewDiePie scream his lungs out on some 360p is a nice childhood memory. The first game I ever watched him play was actually Slender, which was a really kind of thrown together. Apparently the guy that developed it in Unity did it on a coffee break. And it's also, hey, what's up, John? Yeah, you like this new logo? I got the hex code for the color and the font matches and everything, dude. Let's go. It actually took me some talent to do something. Unbelievable, I know. Um, but yeah, RE7, PT, Alien Isolation, those are some modern examples that also borrowed from it. And I also remember the explosion of indie horror around the time, like I was talking about. The first game I ever watched PewDiePie play was called Slender. And I think later they made a more expanded upon version from a legit studio called Slender the 8 Pages. But the concept of this game, it was literally you just download the executable and it was like a Unity build. And you just are going around in the woods and it just says collect the 8 pages. And you just find these pages, and every time you hit a milestone, like when you hit 2 pages, the music changes, and you hit 4 pages, the music changes again. And then when you hit 6 out of 8, it gets like super crazy, bassy, and just really ominous. And every time it gets tougher and tougher to avoid Slender Man. And that game blew up. For such a simple game, dude, so many people were playing it and getting just millions and millions and millions of views. It turned into a whole ass phenomenon, the Slender Man thing. Which originally was a creepypasta. And you know what? Do you guys remember this very classic YouTube channel called Marble Hornets? Which, to my knowledge, was like one of the first. It basically tried to be like a horror documentary type YouTube channel. And it also featured Slenderman. So if you guys have never checked this out, this was a really unique concept at the time. I think it started in 2009. But the way it worked is the introductory episode had the guy talking about how his friend had moved away, but he left all these tapes and he couldn't find his friend anymore. Like they lost contact and he was trying to reach out to them. So he began digging through. I'm about to sneeze. Hang on. My nose sabotaged the stream. Hang on a second. But yeah, basically his friend went away and they lost contact. He tried to reach back out to his friend again and he couldn't find out, you know, where he went, where he had gone. And so he started to dig through these old VHS tapes that he left behind. And every time he would upload an episode, it would just be like tape number 1 or tape number 2, tape number 3. And they were all these kind of really short, self-contained, almost horror movies by themselves, you know. He would say like, oh, the audio was missing from this one. And it would be a shot of him just kind of looking outside and you would just see Slender Man in the distance and then it would cut away really quick, you know? So it was a really unique concept at the time. Why is James standing still while the fog is... He is stupid, but that's beside the point. Yeah, so it was a really unique type of YouTube channel at the time. And it was kind of the beginning of that Slender Man, you know, pop culture explosion. And then the game Slender, when it came out, was just a whole other dimension. And really morbidly, it actually, from what I understand, it actually motivated some girls to commit like a fucking stabbing. Like it was actually crazy. The amount of hysteria and popularity over this one singular creepypasta thing known as Slender Man was insane. It was like the peak of the cultural zeitgeist, you know what I mean? And you know, that really did spark a lot of people's careers that are still ongoing nowadays. People like, again, Markiplier, PewDiePie, Jacksepticeye, all these people. And Jacksepticeye is cool because he actually still does cameos in some of the more modern indie horror games, like Fears to Fathom. He was in Puppet Combo's Murder House, which is one of my favorite modern indie horror games. So, and that was just an interesting time on YouTube. It is. It was Adipie. Yeah, Slender Man was one of the biggest, like, trendy things that I remember being a part of on my very, very early days on YouTube. And it really kind of, that and also Amnesia really sparked the whole indie horror interest for a while. And then it kind of just, you know, disappeared as quick as it came because Minecraft took it over. Dude, Minecraft is one of the most long-lasting, culturally relevant games ever fucking made. Like, I remember when Minecraft was in beta and big YouTubers were playing it. How much money? I would love, it would be virtually impossible for somebody to do this, but how much money has Minecraft as a property generated? Not just in sales, but in YouTube revenue, in Twitch ad revenue, in Twitch donation subs bits. Like, it has to be $1 trillion game. Okay, not really, but it's literally got to be the most profitable game of all time for individual people and for the developers and for Notch, the guy that created it, all kinds of other shit. Yeah, it was in beta for a super long time, and it was also free. And then when it officially came out, it was just exploded all over again, you know? But anyways, we were also talking a little bit earlier before I started the recording about PlayStation 1 horror games and how they were also... Oh yeah, so another modern example I meant to talk about is the Mortuary Assistant. That would be an example of a walking simulator game, meaning there's no weaponry, there's no weaponry, there's no way to defend yourself really. The only thing you can logically do is just walk around until these scripted events happen and just navigate your way to doing things correctly to get the right endings. So that's what people would describe as a walking simulator. Is it bigger than GTA 5? Because I remember that snagging the bag for most profitable piece of media. I think GTA 5 did win in terms of just sales. You know, like in terms of just this game being on the market and selling units raw, yes, GTA 5 I think is the most profitable ever. But in terms of content creation, also creating a lot of revenue, I mean, maybe GTA 5 is close because of all the role-playing stuff. You could argue that for sure. But yeah, I think it would be pretty close if you were to really compare the two. It would be a lot of kind of, you know, splitting hairs, and they're pretty close. They've both done an incredible amount of shit in the past 10 years, that's for sure. So yeah, we were talking about the simplicity of PS1 horror games, and a lot of it comes down to the polygon count. So a lot of times when you hear people talk about like the technical aspects of games, they'll say poly count, and what they're referring to there is just the low amount of polygons you use to make up certain textures. And what it ends up doing is it kind of muddies the waters in your brain to where you'll look at a wall that has a simple pattern or something on it, but it can completely look like something else. And a good example is on PS1, the first Silent Hill game, the walls of the school. Whenever you get to the nightmare version of the school, the walls actually look like the demon at the end of the game. Like they have the wings, the shape, the outline, everything. And is that intentional, or is it just a product of the way that the game was constructed? I don't know if it was intentional, but that's something that your brain, you know, is kind of mulling over and figuring out as you play, and it's really cool. Exactly, that concept of pareidolia, which is, you know, your brain is trying to recognize a pattern and it's convincing you of something that may not even be real. It's like cognitive dissonance a little bit too, you know? Tetris, meanwhile, enjoying its #1 spot. Yeah, Tetris is probably the most remade and re-released game of all time. I will definitely say that. It's got to be up there. And, you know, and what's really cool about it is now we live in a time where a lot of third-party developers are trying to recreate the success of PlayStation 1 games and that look and that feel with developers like Puppet Combo, developers like Torture Star Video, making games like Murder House, Rewind or Die, Stay Out of the House, and all these Texas Chainsaw Massacre seemingly influenced games that emulate that feel of the simplistic texture work and UIs and all these things. And I think that's really cool. Hello Neighbor. Yeah, no. Sorry, Hello Neighbor is a very, very close, it's a very distant relative, actually, not a close relative. But yeah, and I do love that feel. In fact, probably my favorite of any of those types of games is Power Drill Massacre. Power Drill Massacre is the most scary modern indie horror game, I would say, because it captures a lot of what made the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre scary. Very simple music, very loud, abrasive interactions between you and the main enemy, the main slasher villain, and it just leaves you with no sense of guidance. You just basically are left to wander around until you're attacked. So there's no chance to relax. You just never know when it's going to happen. The best horror is always what you don't, or to some degree can't understand / fathom. It's why old horror games had the benefit of limited hardware, which enhanced the games. Absolutely. That's beautifully said, Adapai. That is so true. And the funny thing, the interesting part about Silent Hill 1 and 2's relationship and their dynamic is that the fog was created in Silent Hill 1 to mask a really low draw distance. And so naturally, when Silent Hill 2 was coming out, people were like, oh, we're going to be able to see more of the town because there won't need to be as much fog. Well, they went in the totally opposite direction, and they used the PS2's hardware to generate more fog and obscure the town arguably just as much, if not more. So it gives you this really claustrophobic feeling that you can't see, 20, 30 feet in front of you sometimes because the fog is so thick. What can I say about Five Nights at Freddy's being another modern classic? It is, for sure. That was when I started to feel like I was too old for games like that, because that was around 2014 or so. I was around 20 years old. And even at the time, whenever Five Nights at Freddy's first dropped, it felt like something that mainly kids were playing. I mean, that was just the vibe that we got, like me and my whole friend group. That was just the vibe that we got. And so it kind of felt like a horror adjacent version of like Fortnite back then. And that's just how I've always felt about it. Not to insult it or say that it's not good. I mean, obviously it stood the test of time. It's still around. Like, they just put out a movie. It's been its own legitimate franchise and property for almost 10 years. But just for me personally, I never really got too much enjoyment out of it. I love how Silent Hill 2 handles it. Either you enjoy the claustrophobia of a ghost town or the claustrophobia of some spooky ass hallways and corridors. Yeah. And like you talked about with the sound design too, it's so ingenious the way that the sound design alone could carry that game. But it's constructed in a way to where everything is very intentional and nothing feels forced. And I think that's one of the biggest takeaways of that era of survival horror, is that everything was very, very intentionally designed. And nothing was by accident. So yeah, on top of that, you know, Puppet Combo, Torture Star Video, all these games attempting to recreate that PS1 feel. On the flip side of that, we have a lot of PlayStation 1 and 2 games that are being remade nowadays. Like the most famous example, obviously, would be the Resident Evil remakes that started with Resident Evil 2. For anybody that doesn't know, Resident Evil was kind of in a rut for a long time. Basically, Resident Evil 5 did well in 2009, but then they put out a side game or two, I think, and then in 2012 they put out Resident Evil 6, which was by far the most poorly received Resident Evil game ever made. You know, it was very Hollywood action. It was very generic Hollywood. Like I've already said Hollywood a million times, but that's the word that immediately comes to mind when I look at Resident Evil 6, is just they tried to make it some kind of Hollywood production with like big Michael Bay explosions and action sequences and crazy set pieces and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It just didn't do very well. The game feels awkward to play. It has all these weird like camera angles that they tried to be cinematic about. And it just had a very poor reception. And it basically killed Resident Evil for about 5 years. They went back to the drawing board because the reception was so poor, and they developed their own engine called the RE engine. And then they came back with the first RE engine game in 2017, Resident Evil 7. And Resident Evil 7 completely reinvigorated that entire franchise. It revived it. It pulled out the fucking defibrillator and revived it. And RE7 became one of the top 2, if not top 3 best-selling games. And it sparked them to want to use this new engine to remake some of their older PlayStation 1 games. So the first one that they did was RE2. And RE2 Remake has an incredibly good reputation as being one of the best games they've ever made. So, you know, there's all these remakes coming out now. And so far we've had Resident Evil 2 Remake. The very next year we had RE3 Remake, which is a very highly criticized game in its own right. And then after that, we had the RE4 remake. And now there are rumors, there's some leaks and rumors that the next one is actually going to be Code Veronica. And I don't know how credible this leak is. I'm not going to pull it up, but you guys can look at it. You guys can look at it and just see, because I don't want to navigate 4chan if I have to. I know there's probably just screenshots, but still. But basically, there was a guy who took to 4chan, and he claims to be a Japanese QA tester working as a contractor for Capcom. And he says that Capcom presented him with a demo of a Code Veronica remake that is essentially the intro of Code Veronica on Dreamcast or PS2 or Xbox Live Arcade, wherever you're playing it, of Claire kind of running through that umbrella facility and getting cornered at the end before she gets captured and taken to that island. That's basically what the demo is going to be, is what he says. And usually I wouldn't lend too much credence to 4chan leaks because, you know, we've seen in the past that they can be just as bullshit as they are accurate. But there was someone who famously leaked, like I was talking about before we started the episode, there was someone who famously leaked the last Smash Brothers Ultimate character being Sora. And how he knew that was he said he actually worked at Disney in the licensing department, and Nintendo had given them a call and asked to license some music for Smash Ultimate. And he just kind of put 2 and 2 together and was like, well, the only reason they would call us for Smash Ultimate would be if they were putting Sora in the game. So he leaked it and it turned out to be true. Always makes me wonder if Nintendo like would sick their legal team on that guy, you know? Or try to find out who he is. Because, I mean, it wouldn't be too hard. Like, he would have to be a Disney employee that works in licensing. Like, there can't be too many of those, right? I was wondering whether they do Code Veronica, mainly because it's fairly small in length and a fan game, and a fan base. Well, I think that's probably why they would do it, is because, you know, Code Veronica is one that they could just kind of get out in maybe a year, probably a year of turnaround or development time. I just hope that they don't do what they did with RE3 Remake, which is simplifying it, cutting out some of the most iconic like set pieces and areas. I hope they don't just reduce it to like a 3-hour long game. That would be pretty annoying. Yeah, Code Veronica is actually a fairly long game. Like if you're doing a casual playthrough for the first time, it'll probably take you like 5-6 hours to beat it, if not a little bit longer actually. So, you know, that's kind of where we're at. Of course, there's rumors swirling and a lot of people are talking about Resident Evil 5 remake, and that certainly might be a thing. But, you know, I don't even really want to get into this conversation on here, but there's a lot of websites and publishers and, a lot of stories being published, not publishers, but a lot of stories being published about how that game is racist. And there's already like this controversy machine being spun up around it. So we don't know how soon we're actually going to see that, if ever. But this is kind of history repeating itself, because if you don't know, the original Resident Evil 5 teaser trailer was at, I believe, E3 2007. And it only showed Chris Redfield in Africa. That's all it showed. And just based off the back of that, some journalist at like Engadget or something like that, I forget what publication he was actually with, but he made a claim that the game was racist because it was a white guy shooting up a bunch of African people. And that was it. Just based on that alone, he was saying that the game was racist. And then in the next trailer that they dropped, they introduced Sheva as a partner. And a lot of people were like, oh, that's interesting. That they would put an African woman in this game now. Are they trying to like, you know, curb the racism allegations or whatever? But apparently Sheva was always meant to be in the game. She wasn't like an inclusion. They just wanted to keep her a secret and reveal her later on. They didn't want to reveal her with the original teaser trailer. Yeah, I remember that too, Medicine Man. Because back then I used to frequent IGN and GameSpot. Like those were those were easily my two most visited websites at the time. I want to see them do RE5 and 6 and then just focus on new games, not gonna lie. Yeah, RE1 already has a perfect remake. It never needs to be done. But yeah, everybody was like, oh, Capcom's trying to curb the racism allegations by putting a black character in the game. That's so scummy. And then, like Medicine Man said, she was always planned to be a part of the story. She was always supposed to be in it. They just didn't want to reveal her right away because that's not how game teasers work. A teaser is just supposed to be a very baseline look. This is the plot. This is what's going to be happening. This is where you're going to be. This is who you're going to play as. And then as you get closer to release, then you start to show more and more things, because when you're in that just drop a teaser trailer phase, there's probably a lot of things with the game that are still changing on the fly. And they may not be as consistent as they're supposed to be when the game is ready to come out. So why would you just show your whole hand if the game's going to be different by the time it comes out, you know? It wasn't that they were being racist or trying to avoid being called racist. They just were saving some of their story elements for later. Despite this controversy BS, gamers will always be gamers and journalists will always be journalists. Yeah. And to that end, that's a perfect way to put it, because clickbait keeps the internet going. As much as I hate clickbait and as much as it annoys the fuck out of me, it keeps YouTube going. It keeps these game journalism websites going. It keeps regular news going. Everything on the internet depends on tricking people into clicking on your article to get either ad revenue or to get you to sign up for a fucking newsletter or to get you to pay a monthly subscription to do this, that, or the other bullshit. That's what it comes down to. And YouTube is the same way. Like, people got on my case because a video that I uploaded said, did Silent Hill 2 ruin Silent Hill? Yes, I could have phrased that in a way that's not as clickbaity, but listen, don't hate the player, hate the fucking game. The way that you have to garner views for your video is you do have to clickbait a little bit. like, yeah, I could have easily said, did Konami's mishandling of Silent Hill ruin Silent Hill? But like, what a stupid title that is. That doesn't really get your attention. That statement in and of itself is just factual. But some people got on my case about like, oh, clickbait. I'm just going to answer no, and I'm not going to watch the rest of the video. Left a dislike. Like, what? Some people actually commented, left a dislike. No, it did not ruin it. Not watching the rest of the video. Clickbait. Okay. Yeah, the Cuphead journalist who ran left and right and struggled for like a solid 15 minutes and wasn't able to do a simple double jump dash. And then there was also footage of that same journalist playing Doom Eternal, and it was equally cringy. Like it's like they could barely move the analog sticks on their controller. They were just slowly moving left and right. They were missing every jump. They didn't know how to fire their gun. And look, I'm not going to get on their case because I don't expect game journalists to be like fucking MLG, pinpoint precision people. But it's like, if you're not even competent with video games enough to play a simple 2D side scroller with jumping and dashing, I mean, how qualified are you really to comment on the quality of the game? I'm not touching that out of pie with a 50-foot pole, but that is a comment, and it did appear in my chat room. That's all I'm going to say about it. But yeah, it's like, how qualified are you really to talk about the construction of the game if you can't even complete the tutorial? And there was a lot of arguments going on about that on Twitter, which, by the way, Twitter is a plague, and you can avoid, here's a cheat code. If you guys want to avoid 90% of the internet's toxicity, the arguments, the mudslinging, anything, just stay off Twitter. Your life on the internet will be so much easier if you just stay off Twitter. I refuse to call it X, but you guys get the idea. Exactly, yes. I would need to get Dr. Red in here to give me some advice on whether or not I should comment on that little chat message. Anyways, can't imagine how overtime marketing must be working these days in gaming when you can be leaked for a decade to come, like with Insomniac. Yeah, data leaks are huge. I mean, remember when Sony got hacked majorly in like 2011, and their whole service had to be down for over a month. It was down for like 36 days from what I remember. And that was crazy. Like, they had such a bad data leak, and all customer like credit card info got dumped and leaked to the internet. And so everybody had to like get a settlement. And I remember we got my family personally, because me, my brother, and my dad, all three had accounts with credit cards attached. They ended up giving us like a $50 PSN card to make up for it. So just imagine, we were one family. Imagine the millions and millions of users that were affected. That must have been an extremely costly thing for Sony. There was a Twitter here. It's gone now. Yeah, it's gone in my mind. That's for sure. But that's going to be interesting. In the coming years, we're going to be seeing a lot more. Unfortunately, we're going to be seeing a lot more remakes, like Silent Hill 2 remake. I've kind of refrained from talking about it because I have a video coming out about it. But the atmosphere and the state of the subreddit right now is everybody pointing fingers at each other and being pissed off that we're not excited about it. And I say we because I'm not necessarily excited about it. I have a lot of concerns. I don't know if it's going to be good, and I don't know if it's going to be shit. And when you say that, people are like, what? You're not just overly hype and excited for this game. Why not? It's like, well, if you've been in the community longer than 10 years like I have, I've been in the Silent Hill community for 18 fucking years. I started watching clips of the games in 2006, and I played the games a whole year before that, 2 and 3 and 4. I waited a lot longer to play 1 because I didn't have a copy of it, but I didn't get to play 1 for the first time until about 2011 when I was able to download it off of PSN. But anyways, yeah, what's new? But people just have this mentality of, why are you not overly excited and just ready to throw your money at anything that has Silent Hill on it? And I'm like, guys, I was here for the 2012 nonsense of all them having to do was re-release Silent Hill 2 and 3 as decent HD collection alternatives so that we could play them on our modern systems, and they failed at that so miserably that people are still talking about how shit it is to this day. Still. I mean, that's a catastrophic failure if people are still talking about a simple HD collection being botched that hard. And to that end, Silent Hill Downpour came out that month as well, and it was also garbage. And then Book of Memories came out later that year, and it was even more garbage somehow. So, they really, in every possible way, botched Silent Hill. And for me to look back just 10 to 12 years and see that and be like, why am I supposed to now all of a sudden trust Konami's decision making when it comes to this franchise when they've proven that they don't know a fucking thing about it? I mean, they've proven beyond a shadow of a doubt they don't know anything about it. So I can only hope that Bloober's collaboration with Ito and Akira Yamaoka ends up becoming something that we can be proud to play, but I can't know that for sure. So why am I going to sit here and get excited about it? Healthy skepticism is very important in this scenario. Stamp, we have to remember, if we ever want Silent Hill 1 and 3 remake, we must purchase this. Well, that's what I've said, Adipie. Look here, like they do pachinko slots, I too can gamble on their games. Exactly. Yeah, I don't have to bet it on Silent Hill 2 remake, but I'm going to. And you might say, oh, you're a consumer, you're hypocritical, you're cringe, this, that, or the other. I'm going to support Silent Hill 2 remake because, like Kendo said, it is our only logical path to eventually getting a Silent Hill 1 or 3 remake, or 4, which I really do want to see. 1 especially deserves a remake. I can play Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. I can play Silent Hill 3. I can play Silent Hill 4 in multiple ways, but I think that 1 out of all of them deserves a modern remake of some kind, just so it can be more, approachable for younger people, because I have seen so many younger people try to play Silent Hill 1 and they're like, oh, the graphics are really bad and there's delay in the movement and it feels really bad to play, and they just can't really get into it. So I think it deserves a modern treatment more than any others, and I'm still kind of baffled by their decision to just immediately go to Silent Hill 2. I guess I shouldn't be. Yeah, absolutely. I would take it if it was just a remaster. Like, just fix the controls, give us slightly better models and everything. Like, it doesn't even need to be a full-on rebuild in like some kind of modern engine, like Unreal or something. Just remaster it, fix the quality of life stuff, and that's all we would need. Honestly, I thought the first trailer was really strong. It actually gave me hope despite, Bloober plus the Ito and Yamaoka interviews, but the recent footage is definitely a downer. And then, exactly like you said, Adipie, now we have Bloober pointing fingers at Konami, being like, hey, it's not our fault the trailer sucked, and gave off the vibe that it's like an action-y Resident Evil remake style game. It's Konami's fault. And so already, just like back in 2012, the company that was responsible for making the HD collection was pointing fingers at Konami saying, hey, we wanted to do it right and they didn't let us. And then Konami was like, that's not true. They failed. And, there's a lot of back and forth. Now Bloober is arguing with Konami. And it's like, dude, you can't argue with the company that gave you this opportunity because they could decide to drop you tomorrow. I wouldn't even say they're arguing, but it was interesting that they would blame Konami for this. Okay, first of all, who constructed a game that such a trailer could even be made from? Bloober? I think it was you. So how are you blameless in this, You are to blame for this, at least somewhat. You can't just say it wasn't our fault, Bloober's like the lazy brat and Konami's the parent who doesn't really give a shit about the kid as long as they're getting some food in. True. Bloober quietly wiping their bums. Yeah. Well, we'll see. I hope that this is just a temporary thing. And, Bloober's already done some weird things. Like they were saying, oh, the game is already, really far along. And everybody's like, oh shit, release date soon. And then they had to release another statement to clarify, well, we didn't mean that it's ready to be shipped, and that all that information is going to come from Konami. So don't look to us for any of that info, It's like, well, then why would you say that? So they've already made some questionable decisions as far as what they want to talk about and timelines, and now we have this whole trailer debacle. So I really hope that the next trailer can kind of clear things up a little bit, but I have a feeling we're going to be getting a release date very, very soon. With that being said, that kind of covers, most of the preset topics that I had, but did you guys have any questions for me before we wrap this up? The fact that they didn't even repost the trailer on their Twitter accounts. Yeah, I know. Like, imagine working at Bloober and you see this trailer came out And you're just like, fuck, this makes us look so bad, you know? They didn't even repost it, like you said. So I really hope this is not a sign of friction between them and Konami, because if it is, then that's just gonna spell some really, really bad news for the remake when it does come out. But we need to understand there are still 2 other games coming out, Silent Hill F and Silent Hill Townfall. Townfall is most likely going to be a sort of walking simulator type thing, at least based on what Annapurna has done in the past. And then F is going to be, we don't even know. I mean, for all we know, F could be a fucking visual novel. Like, we have no idea what that is. So just, you know, Silent Hill 2 Remake is obviously the main thing. And then there's also the movie. Don't forget that. What would sell you proper on this remake? What would you need to see from the game that would satisfy you? I would need to see every character. I would need to see Eddie. I would need to see Angela. I'd need to see Laura. And I would need to see some dialogue between them before I could make a logical conclusion about whether or not I want to buy the game. I would have to see all the characters, listen to their voices, and hear the way that they communicate with each other. That's going to be my biggest one. Because ultimately the game is not about, you know, just James's story. It's about the way that all the stories are interwoven and how they interact with each other throughout. So I need to see all the characters. I need to see how they look, how they act, and how they speak. And that would be what would sell me on it. But like I said, I'm going consumer mode and I'm going to buy it no matter what because it's too interesting. And you know what? Being in the position that I am and streaming Silent Hill as often as I do, I just want something new, for God's sake. I want something new to play. So I'm not going to sit here with my arms folded and go back and play Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition again when there's something new and interesting to play. I want to at least give it a shot. Because God knows I've played the original games enough, and I want something new. I love the F trailer. There's some stunning art choices in there, and I did enjoy what the studio pulled off with the RE multiplayer game, so I have hope. Yeah. You know, it could very well be great. Like, what if F turns out to be the dark horse and it's like by far the best of the new batch of stuff? What if the new movie turns out to be awesome? I'm excited to go watch the movie as well. I'll say it. You know, I'll round up some friends and go watch the movie. That would be fun. We could do a watch party in the Discord soon after it comes out. There's a lot of things we can do. But with that being said, Japanese schoolgirls will always save the horror scene. Where's the lie? With that being said, I hope everybody enjoyed this episode of Stamp of Approval. We're going to wrap things up and roll into the next segment of the live stream tonight. So I will be uploading this on YouTube. If anybody wants to join the Discord, I'm going to post the link to it here, but it's also going to be down into the description. The next couple weeks, we should have a guest on. So anybody watching this on YouTube, there will be a couple more streamer friends on the next couple times. If you ever want to check it out live, again, my Twitch channel will be linked down in the description. And with that being said, everybody have a great rest of your day. And we'll be back with the most scuffed podcast. I'm going to start saying that again. We'll be back with the most scuffed podcast next week. Same time, Wednesday night. Goodbye. All right. Podcast episode officially recorded, saved to my OBS recordings folder. Give me just a quick second, you guys. I'm going to grab some water because this water is empty. And we're going to finish Silent Hill Homecoming tonight. Let me go ahead and turn on my X-Barn. Look at how easy this is, you guys. I literally just pressed the Xbox button on the controller and it instantly worked. Look how fast that was. Oh my God, that's fast, dude. What the fuck? Oh, that's GTA 4. That's insanely fast, dude. There we go. Back to the 2000s with that no signal screen. Yeah, that's what my capture card shows when there's nothing coming through. All right, so let me update my title. Let's finish Silent Hill Homecoming hard. Love it. But yeah, Adapie, how was your first live podcast episode, dude? I know that was a bit shorter than I usually do, but I just absolutely love doing those, man. They're so fun. All right, let me grab some water really quick, and we'll get to it. Yeah, I know my batteries are low, but I've got some Duracells ready to go. ultimate big boss comes at the office and we all got free lunch. Hell yeah. Everybody at the company is like, we gotta please, dude. We gotta please him. All right, now first things first, before I do anything else. How badass does it feel to say the outro It feels awesome. Yes, you're dead on. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm going to turn my brightness all the way up. I made that mistake last time and it was just too damn bright. So now the game should be a solid brightness to where it's not like pitch black for you guys. Okay. Just load it in. But yeah, I enjoy the podcast a ton, Adipie, for sure. I love the podcast though. That was great, even though my sleep schedule is once more in the bin. Yeah, I feel you, man. Yeah, that looks bright enough. That doesn't look too dark anymore. I just had to crank the brightness all the way up. So anyways, with that being said, let me go grab some water, get a little bit more coffee, relax, tone it down a little bit, and let's finish this game. How about it? Be right back. Here's another thing I love to do, Adipie. I love to snap to my be right back screen because I'm going to disappear into some Silent Hill fog. I got to do it in 3, 2, 1. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. I'm back with more coffee. What's new? And I've got some more batteries for my controller since they're low, but I'll play until the batteries actually straight up die. Because until they die, I'm not going to need this anyway. There was a stamp seal here. It's gone now. We're back, though. We're back. All right. Hope everybody's doing good tonight, by the way. We're chilling. I've been having an absolute ton of fun tonight so far, and it's only going to continue. It's only going to continue via the sheer excellence of Silent Hill Homecoming. Okay. Let me be set up. All right. Downpour going to be after this? Yeah, we can play Downpour after this. Why not? Yeah, that certainly looks better as far as the actual brightness of the camera. Because like I said yesterday, dude, that shit was looking really, really dark. And it was annoying me even watching the VOD back. Because I usually watch anytime I change equipment just to make sure everything looks solid, and it just looked too damn dark for me. Okay. So we've got the frowning mask and the angry mask. The Angie mask. Time is it, by the way? Okay. Let me check something really, really quick here, you guys. Very, very fast, just like 30 seconds. All right, cool. We're good. Have I had the chance to play through all the available SH games, or is there something you haven't? No, I've gotten through all of them. Yeah, Origins was the only one that I hadn't finished on stream, and I recently did it, so we've done all of them. I think I need to get back into the kitchen area, since I have both of these masks, but I'm gonna need to eventually go through all these anyway, so it doesn't matter too much. Does it still look dark? I literally have the brightness cranked all the way up. Oh, it's not all the way up. Now it is. It still almost looks a little bit too dark, but I can't do much more about that. It's just the way the game is designed. It is supposed to be pretty dark anyway here. A stuffed bunny. It's wet and covered in mold. Feels cold just like mom. Damn. Indifferent mask. I'd like to see if you're able to have backlogs as a talking point on a future podcast. My gaming one increases every day and I can't seem to do anything about it. That actually is a really good topic. Like how to systematically get through your gaming backlog. That's a good point. I usually would just say separate it by genre, and the games that you've wanted to finish for a while, just prioritize the ones that you've wanted to finish for a while and make sure you're knocking them out and scheduling time to do it. Well, streaming certainly helps. I don't even play video games unless I'm streaming. I've said that many times and it's 100% true. If I'm not streaming, I'm not playing games. That's just how it is. Okay, we don't need to be here. We need to go in the kitchen, so let's do this one more time. Oh god, that jump scared me. I'm not gonna lie. jump scare me a little bit. Bitch. Got him. Yeah, we're using a laser pistol. It trails off. Maybe there's more on the other side. I think it's frowning on this side and then indifferent on this side. Yeah. And then here, I think we need to put... No, never mind. All right, so that one's done. We need to basically get all 4 of those symbols lit up and then the front door will open. So... gotta head back this way. And I think there's nothing else open up here, but I'm just checking. Yeah, these are all closed and this is open, okay. But I don't think there's anything else I can actually do up here now. Yeah, like I'm not supposed to put the mask anywhere in particular. Now we just have to find those knives. I already know what I need to do with that rabbit though. So let's head on back down. Take it back now, y'all. Fucking one hop this time. Sorry. I should never say such a thing ever again. I can never play this without the brightness being like 5 levels higher. Well, it is, it's max on the game, but I think it's something to do with like the Xbox settings that I'm at. Maybe I could turn up the brightness a little bit for you guys, because it looks fine on my end, but let's find out. Let's see. If I adjust this. No, that didn't seem to change anything. Oh, that just made it really gray. Might be an HDR thing. No, it's not. The Xbox is not putting out HDR. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay, there we go. Oh, that helped. Oh, actually, that was huge. I had to set it to full range color. Does that look better? That looks better on my end. Def better? Yeah, as soon as I selected full range color on the capture card, it looked way nicer to me. So that should be fine. Dude, isn't it nice to be able to adjust settings on the fly and it doesn't just break all my shit? So much better. Anyways, let's flip this here switch. It's still weird that I have to crank the game to full brightness, but whatever. Alright, so we already have this rabbit. I'm pretty sure we need to go to the left side here. And put this in. This is on a track. Yeah, we have to move it. The inscription reads, "For permitting others to suffer, Heart of Darkness medal." Well, that's morbid. Yeah, like I said, though, this part of the game is intended to be very, very dark, though, so it's not all. Not all unintentional. Oh. Tough to even see that shit. Oh. Nice. Planning to get into YouTube just as a hobby. Worked in Premiere for editing but never recorded audio. Do you record your voice within Premiere itself or another program then import it? Yeah, I record it into another program, so I'm connected to what's called a GoXLR. That's my audio mixer. I do basically all my processing through the GoXLR so that I don't have to touch it in post. And so I just attach my voice recording with the OBS video, and then I just import all of it together into Adobe Premiere. And that way, if I need to boost levels, I just need to boost them like 1 or 2 decibels. It's not a big deal. But I don't usually have to boost levels all that much. Usually 2 decibels is the maximum that I would need to do. Space for 3 medals, but there's only 1 here. For dereliction of duty. Yeah, we need 1 more. If I remember right, it is in this area. Could also be in the basement. We'll find it. But yeah, hey, I definitely recommend YouTube as a hobby. It's a very fun hobby, and so is streaming. Okay, so let's go to the basement now. Because I think we're going to find our 3rd metal in the basement, if I remember right. I think we can always get in here no matter what. Is there really not a metal in here? I thought for some reason that there was. Guess not. That fucking combat roll kills me. Combat rolls in Silent Hill. What were they thinking? Unbelievable, dude. Yeah, this is where we need the rabbit. The hell is that sound? Nobody saw when you were crying in your bed. I wanted to help you, but I hid myself instead. The ticking of a clock, then suddenly not. Fate left me here. In shadow I will rot. Under my covers, the darkness kept me in. Only the daylight can save me from my sin. Yeah, they do these weird, like, Dr. Seuss rhyming scheme things in these games. I have no idea why. They feel the need to, but they do. So, of course, we're going to set this to 206, as we know. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Seuss every fucking time is all I think of, dude. Said this before in chat, but you may have missed it. There's a PlayStation podcaster who goes by Colin Moriarty. Yeah, I know him. He used to work at IGN. He recently spoke about the Bloober Konami drama and how Konami has always been a bit insane to work with. When he was at IGN US, they were actually blacklisted from covering a Castlevania game because they gave the previous entry a 7.5 out of 10, which Konami deemed unfair. Pretty unhinged behavior. And thanks for reading this TED Talk. That is unhinged behavior. You're not wrong. Yeah, that seems very on brand for a company like Konami to do, though. I'm not going to lie. Okay, so that's 2. The patient in 206 is scheduled to undergo a transorbital lobotomy tomorrow. I've mandated that the following medications be doubled on the day of the procedure. The rest of the message is blurred and illegible. Alright, so now we just need the 3rd metal. And then we need the other knives, which I'm pretty sure they are in the basement. So let's go ahead and unlock this. This should open the basement. Let's head on down. There's gonna be one enemy here. Oh. Yeah, there he is, but we can just duck under here and avoid him. It's like, I guess you guys just don't want honesty in your games, you know? That's what you're telling me. Okay, cleaver. The cleaver goes... This is the butcher knife. And then the last spot goes to the cleaver. There we go. Alright, so the last thing we need is the third metal to go on that military jacket. And I'm pretty sure we're going to find that on the second floor somewhere. How is a 7.5 out of 10 even unfair? That feels like a very fair score. I don't understand how they're coming to that conclusion. Damn. Fucking decapitated. Like, a lot of companies would love to get a 7.5 out of 10. But see, that also lends ammo to the whole reviews are bought and paid for crowd. Game journalists seem to get very, very upset when people mention this, that some reviews seem to be bought and paid for. They get very, very mad when people say it, but then you hear things like that, where companies blacklist them if they don't give their games a high enough score. So it's like, why wouldn't you rig the score? You want to get more games to review, right? You know? Like, how can you blame us for making that assumption when we hear shit like that? You can't really, can you? I don't think you can. I don't think it's in here, but I'm gonna check anyways. Like, I don't think the third metal is in here. I'm pretty sure it is on the second floor. But yeah, like I said before, the speed run is crazy because it just lets you go into Alex's attic immediately, and so you pretty much just get to this part of the game instantly. And you don't have to wait. Which is very cool. You don't have to go into the hotel. You don't have to go through any of the shit that we've done so far. Yeah, I also heard didn't him and that other guy, Greg Miller, didn't they used to work together a lot on stuff? And I remember, like, his name is kind of cringy, but it's like Game Over Greggy. And they had a show called Kinda Funny Podcast. And I remember, I can't remember if it was when he was with IGN or when he had left, but he talked a lot about, Greg Miller talked about, like, accepting the PlayStation job and how crazy the drive was to get to IGN in California. That was a really enjoyable episode. Because it was basically like he got caught in a snowstorm and he had to stop at some random guy's house who had, you know, it was like one of those No Country for Old Men situations where it was just a trailer out in the boonies. And he said the guy was like acting really weird and he was just sitting there playing his PSP, being a nerd. It was like two different species of people. A very nerdy guy and a really Giga Chad type guy, you know? Yeah, I only have 2 of these medals. We gotta find the third one. I'm like 90% sure it's over here somewhere. A nerd, yeah. Unacceptable, dude. What the hell? Why was he running in place? The fuck, Alex? You're so, like, weird, dude. It's not good games, dude. Like, okay, it was just these 2 boxes of ammo over here. Damn it, man. Where is this third metal? I feel like I always get lost at least one small part of the house. Oh, there it is. There we go. All right, so this vile acts medal for atrocities committed. Now this puzzle is very easy, but it's also kind of funny because you can just straight up use the outlines of the medals to figure out exactly how to put them on the jacket. It's really stupidly easy. So if you look here, you can just look at the shapes. So the first one is the star, the middle one is the heart, and then by process of elimination, we know what the last one is. Yeah, it's so easy, dude. What, that's only 3 out of 4? How's that only 3 out of 4? I did the knife thing, the mask thing, the rabbit, and this. That should be all 4. Maybe I need to switch the lever over again. Wow, this part is insanely dark. Holy shit. Yeah, that should be all 4. Because this one's on. This one's on. Upstairs is... What's the only one that isn't? It shows the V right there. Maybe I just gotta pull this. They all look to be lit up to me. Oh, it just worked. That's fucking weird. Was it a game glitch that the 4th one wasn't lit up? These fucking game glitches, man. Pissing me off. Yeah, so now we actually get to go to Silent Hill. And not just talk about it all day.
Elle, I thought you were...
She's gone.
Who?
My mom. I can't find her anywhere. The entire town's gone.
I think I know where they are. I found this. I'm not sure what it all means, but we need to get to Silent Hill.
Why does he sound like he's echoing when they're outside?
My dad was serious enough to risk his life going there. That's where Josh is. I'm sure of it.
And everyone else?
Alex, you there?
Wheeler, I thought we lost you.
You're not getting rid of me that easy.
Glad to hear it. We have a lot to fill you in on. In the meantime, can you get us a boat? We're going to Silent Hill.
L's theme again. Like, this actually doesn't look bad at all. Looks a million times better than Downpour's boat scene. How is that jacket doing anything for her?
I'm sorry.
What are you sorry for? This isn't your fault.
No. About earlier today. The flyers.
Forget it. I should apologize. It's just... this place brings back bad memories for me.
You know, I never understood why you left. And one day you were just... gone. Look, I didn't say it before, but...
Oh, it does look awful, yes. This game came out in 2008, so it has very primitive graphics in a lot of ways.
I feel safer with you here. Everything's just been falling apart around us, you know, but you... just keep moving forward.
I don't have a choice.
Yes, you do. You could just leave again.
Alex, tell me what you know about Silent Hill.
I know Joshua and I were told 100 times never to go there.
Yeah, my mom was pretty strict about it too.
Yeah, well, your parents are right. I tell you. It all fits. All those things we've seen in Shepherd's Glen, the nightmares.
I know, isn't that hilarious?
Silent Hill is what I mean. Place has bad history. Always has.
You been there?
Didn't need to. I heard enough. When I decided to move east, I was looking at a job in Brahms, working with the police.
I hate the way he says Brahms when Sybil says Brahms.
I can't remember her name, but
Not that it really matters, but yeah.
to Silent Hill.
Well, what happened to her?
No one knows. They found her bike outside of town. But I'd heard rumors about the people who live there. Let's just say they're not too friendly to people who don't share their beliefs.
The Order.
Yeah. And when I met with your father about working in Shepherd's Glen, he told me I would never have to go to Silent Hill. I guess there's some sort of irony here.
Do you really think we're gonna find anyone there?
Whose jacket is she even wearing? It's not doing anything for her, dude. It's just on her shoulders.
The morning Nora disappeared. I haven't taken it off since.
Wow. Look at that hair.
Up. Jerk.
Just plant one on her already, dude.
I'm just happy to see that something's
Just
gotten
kidding.
better since I left.
Alex.
They were about to.
I think we might be at the pier.
Now, Kith.
What should we do?
Turn off our light. I don't want anybody to know we're coming.
Elle! Wheeler! Let go of her!
What a soy, dude. What a soy. Unbelievable. Guys, how do you get one of those streamer award badges? Did you just have to watch it live? Or what? I want one. God, I want to be mainstream.
Fog.
Here's where they pull the hole. Oh.
Nora disappeared. I haven't taken it off since.
Never mind. I was gonna say this is where they pull the whole snow as ash thing, but I think they've already shown it. And I missed it like a chud. What's new?
Elle! Wheeler!
Whoa, that sound. Holy shit. Alright. So we are officially in Silent Hill now. We're on the shores of Toluca Lake. And I don't think there's anything for us to pick up over here. Looks like a lake patrol boat, though it's hard to tell with all the rust. Just want to see if there's anything for me to actually pick up over here, if it's just for exploration. Bait boxes are all filled with ash now. Yeah, that's what it... There it is. Anyways, let's go into town now. We need some Assassin's Creed platforming where he wall climbs and wall runs. That'd be sick. When is the Silent Hill / Dying Light compilation, or the collaboration, where we play as a parkour running main character? By the way, a lot of people have told me to play Dying Light. Is it any good?
Alex, are you there?
I've never tried either of them.
Wheeler? Is that you?
Talk quietly, Alex. Thank God you're okay. Listen, they've taken us to the prison. It's horrible. They took Elle and they're about to...
Wheeler. Come in, Wheeler. What did they do? Wheeler!
Look at that. They have the coal fire things too. The coal mine fire that never happened. It's all over this game. Well, I guess it did happen, but only in the movie. Farwood. Now, there is one of those stimulants here. Oh. Oh, there's a save point back here. Why did I never know this? Oh, I've never gotten this before. I've never gotten this drawing. Absolutely not. Guys, I'm sorry to keep harping on this, but I fucking love having a functional capture card that I don't even have to think about. You could call me a Karen for wanting that type of convenience, but dude, it is so nice to just fucking use something and never have to, you know, troubleshoot it. This is why investing in good equipment can be important sometimes. Because for as often as I play on console, it was really fucking frustrating to have to fight with the capture card every single time I wanted to stream. Is this the graveyard? Yeah, it is. So we can't get to where we need to here, but this is how you get the police rifle. I don't really need it for this playthrough though, so we're just gonna skip right past it.
Wheeler, are you there?
That
Wheeler,
thick
come in.
roll, let's go.
Thank God. Where are you?
I'm at the prison, but I can't get in. Is there another way?
There's an entrance on the other side of the prison. That's your best chance. Be careful.
Bono. You guys should also hear some of the theme songs in this game with vocals. They're so good, dude. Legit some of the best soundtracks, some of the best songs on any Silent Hill soundtrack. And you can take that to the bank as somebody who's heard them all a million times. They are so good. Turn the brightness up on my key light there just a touch, so I don't look like I'm hidden, shrouded in darkness. Okay. So we need to get to the water and power place first. And just turn the power back on. So let's head over there. But I want to look for this stimulant really quick because I know there's one. I actually would prefer wandering around in the Silent Hill area of this game because it's less, what's up, Faye? Silent Hill karaoke night. Don't test me, I will. I did sing a little bit during Origins. I sang those songs a little bit. I think you were here for that. How are you doing tonight though, Faye? By the way, Faye, I'm doing two things. I'm commissioning, literally after the stream, I'm commissioning 2 Fiverr artists. One of them to make some bit badges and one of them to make some more sub badges. That's going to be awesome. Podcast logos are covered, but I need bit badges and I need sub badges.
I'm at the rear entrance. The gate is electrified.
I want to replace the room 302 tags with some different stuff, like the Silent Hill radios is what I want to go with.
Wheeler, what about Elle? Is she okay?
I haven't heard anything.
It's going to be very cool.
What those monsters are doing to her. You need to hurry.
Yes, Silent Hill radios is what we're going to do. And we're going to do the typical bronze, silver, gold, but I also want to go through the games as well. So the first one will be the Silent Hill 1 radio, then it'll be 2, then 3, and 4 doesn't have a radio, so we'll have to go to these types of games. Oh my god, he just insta-died. What the fuck? Insta-dead. We gotta find this stimulant. I know it's somewhere around here. Let's not go in here yet. I want to find that thing first. There's only one road. hopefully I didn't already miss it. But let's just check on the left side here because I wasn't looking that deeply. But yeah, I have to be an adult and do some social interaction tomorrow, which I'm very pissed off about. I have to go do a bunch of real life shit. I gotta like re-register my car, renew my license, and do a bunch of horse shit like that. So the thing that's bad about the licensing office where I live is that it's really, really tough to get an appointment unless you book one like a month in advance. So you basically just have to go there as early as possible and hope that they'll accept you as a walk-in. And if they don't, then you just have to wait until they will. And I can't re-register my car unless my license is renewed because it literally just expired a couple days ago. So I can't renew my registration until my license is renewed. So I can't do one without the other. It's just a stupid situation. In retrospect, I should have just done this a long time ago. I do notice less people during the afternoon when it's really hot. Yeah. Yeah, hell, maybe I would be better off just waiting until later. But the way that they work is like they only accept a certain amount of walk-ins per day. And so you have to be there as early as possible. And because they always prioritize people with appointments over you. So it's kind of shitty, but I totally understand why they do it. Because if they just let everybody in, it'd be annoying. Yeah, I'm gonna need it because I already told my boss that I was gonna need a half day. So if I can't get in, I'll need another half day later on down the line to get this shit done. Oh, bring snacks. I'm gonna bring my AirPods is what I'm gonna bring. I'm gonna layer up because it's gonna be cold and windy. I'm gonna bring a hoodie and my AirPods and fully charge my phone. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, no, the fog is really well done here, Adipie. I think Homecoming is one of the most underrated ones. I think Homecoming is the one that gets the closest to a legitimate Silent Hill feel of any of the newer games. It looks better than Downpour and Origins, and the fog, I think, is pretty effective at obscuring things. Like, look how much fog there is. It actually obscures a similar amount to the original games. Yeah, the green is way overdone, and that's nothing to do with my capture card or anything. It's just they, for some reason, turned it to an obnoxiously high level, the film grain noise effect. Decapitated, bitch. Let's go. All right, I think the stimulant is somewhere around here. He's dead. It looks like no one is safe on these streets. He's dead, Jim. It ain't got no gas in it. I know the stimulant is somewhere around here, man. I know for a fact. The entrance to the church is sealed shut. Oh yeah, I didn't even realize you could get to the church this early. I did not because I don't own a PS5, so I can't do a playthrough of it just yet. Whenever I borrow Tusk's PS5, I'll probably do that, but I won't be borrowing that until Silent Hill 2 Remake comes out, so it'll be a while. Yeah, I think it's PS5 exclusive, unfortunately, which sucks, but eh. Can't blame him. I can't blame him. Let's find this stimulant and then we'll go where we need to go. I think this might be the last one that I need too. Because I don't know of many more that are even in the game. Oh. Randomly a box of rifle ammo. I'll take that. In this secluded corner of the town. Yeah, so we're going to need to go... Let's go all the way down to see if we can get onto Crichton Street. I don't think we can, but let's check. Oh, let's see what's back here. Nothing. Unfortunate. Oh, yeah, this is the... We don't need to go back here, but this is the transition boiler room. But yeah, last time me and Bridget both had to go at the same time, and we legit had to stand out in the line when it was fucking freezing and windy, and we didn't come prepared, like dressed in layers, so we had to stand out there for like almost 2 hours. It was quite miserable. But we did eventually go in, and then, funny enough, once we got in, their system went down, And so we had to wait another 2.5 hours just to get it done, which I didn't leave a bad review or anything because that's just bad luck. That's not under their control, but yeah, it was rough. There it is. Sweet. Well, it was a Wednesday, and at the time we both had Wednesdays off, so it's like, hey, we neither of us have to work today, so if of all days for this to happen, this is good, you know? And we didn't want to have to come back and hope that the system was working, so we just sat there for like 2 hours. But they were nice about it. They you know, they thanked us and said they appreciated us being patient about it, so it was a good experience overall. Just, you know, tech issues and shitty timing, it happens. All right, so we should be able to go in here. Oh. I appreciate you too, Faye. You've always been a very nice and generous person. That's why you got the VIP diamond. And can you believe, Faye, how long it's been now at this point that you've been watching my streams? Can you believe that it's been like 3+ years that you've been watching me? I can't believe it when I think about the actual numbers sometimes. It's unbelievable. Well, since yesterday, yep. You just came in for the first time yesterday and said hello. And we all said, what's up, Faye Ataraxia? And so many people have found my stream through Fatal Frame 2 as well. That's something else for me to really consider. All right, we're full up on pistol and shotgun ammo, so that's cool. Yeah, like Fatal Frame 2 is solely responsible for a lot of my regulars showing up. Paul Russell Douglas was executed for the murder of 8 children in and around Silent Hill and Shepherd's Glen areas, according to our court records. He offered no resistance as he was arrested and strapped into the electric chair as officials, witnesses, and reporters watched. This execution is not going to stop anything, Douglas said. I've worked and waited for this day. All that's left is to rejoin my lord. After preparations were completed, Douglas received a sudden blast of electrical current, followed by a 2-minute stream that jolted him back in the chair. Medical officials pronounced him dead at 2:09 p.m. Is the Illuminati plus Infinity HUD element for ammo? Yes. This, you mean? Yeah, if you press right bumper, you get the weapon wheel, and then if you press left bumper, you get the inventory wheel. So it lets you hold on to key items and you can inspect them. If you click in the stick, you can examine them. And then if you hold right bumper, you get the weapon wheel. So it's kind of intuitive. It's not the best menu design I've ever seen, but it's not bad. I mean, there's certainly way worse menu designs out there. Let me in, dude. One of these bathrooms we can get in, and there's a key or something in there, if I remember right. Oh, yeah, we need this. We need the key for it. The odd triangle and infinity loop on my HUD right now. Oh, that's for the laser gun. So that's indicating what type of ammo I'm using? Yeah. And with the laser weapon, it gives you the weird triangle for some reason. Free lunch consists of seafood paella. Dude, that sounds fucking delicious. What the fuck? Seafood paella, whole roasted pig, and spring roll salad. Oh my god, that sounds fucking amazing, dude. I don't think I've ever had a paella, but every time I see somebody make it, it looks so good. Bitch. Okay. Be careful of the seafood fats, though. Yeah, very true. Toluca Lake Water and Power Key. Can I kill these? Nah. Yeah, seriously, dude. What, are you gonna share that with the class, Kendo? Because holy shit, that sounds good, my dude. I love that wind sound when you get close here. Ooh, that's good sound design. That's what I'm talking about, man. This game is genuinely good sometimes. I think this game deserves a solid 7 out of 10. I think people shit talk it a bit too much. What's he looking at? Okay, that ammo, and then I There should be a bathroom somewhere over here that we can get in, unless I'm just losing it. But there's a key or something in here, and then we have to go back to whatever. That's how you get that rifle, and I don't need the rifle. We're just going to go ahead. Yeah, we're just going to go on ahead. It's okay, Kendo. Oh my god. I forgot this is like by far and away one of the loudest fucking rooms in the game. And we got some order soldiers to fight here. Oh god. I forgot that guy was fucking right there. Ooh, deleted. Yeah, I think people definitely overreact, man. It's like, these games are not great, but they're not fucking like 1s or 2s out of 10. Like, they're at least playable. This game especially, it got like very few bugs. It works fine. It looks fine for the time. Like, it looks very much like a 2008 game, don't get me wrong, but it doesn't look like shit. It still holds up just fine. People just gotta relax, man. They just gotta relax. Well, to be fair, Kendo, I've never actually played through RE6, so that is a me problem more than anything. So if I remember right, it's BAC. So B... Yeah, that's definitely right. Alright, so B, and then we're going to go down and pull the valve for A. And then come back up and hit C, and then once we do that, it should shut the power off and we can get into the prison. I don't even think they intended it to be a horror game, if you want to know the truth. I don't think RE7 in any way, shape, or form was meant to be a horror game. I think it was kind of a slave to the title, you know, like, because it just happened to be called Resident Evil, people expected by default a survival horror game, and they were really disappointed that there wasn't one. Dead Space Remake, 4R, 5, and 6, Evil Within 1, 2, and the Metro games. Yeah, I've never actually played the Metro games, but that's another that people recommend to me all the time. Directed by Michael Bay. Where's the lie? There is no lie. All right. So that gets the power shut off.
Hang in there, Wheeler. I'm heading back.
All right. So power's disabled. We got some mother frickers coming up the ladder here in a second. But I'm just going to decapitate them all. They have guns, though, so I gotta be careful. Oh, God. Did you see me peek that corner? That was some MLG shit. I peeked the corner with impeccable accuracy. Pixel perfect precision. Oh, hello? Pixel perfect precision. And I sniped him. He stood there frozen. He didn't know what was going on. Deleted. Alright, so now we're just going to run straight back to the prison entrance and we can get in because the gate's no longer electrified. Dude, what the hell? My mic has dust all over it. It's only been here like a day. Wow, look how dark it is now. So I think we have to go back through the boiler room if I remember right. It's actually insane how dark it is now, but that's intentional because we shut the power off. Someday I will ransack Doc for us to play RE6. Yeah, if I were going to play RE6, I would need a partner for sure. And my friend Rats Bambino that I played it with once, he's just too busy nowadays for us to sit down and play it again. Oh, that dog tried it though. He tried it. I'm really excited for next week because we should have Dave on the podcast. Or Wood, depending on who is available. Dave said that he's good for next week, but I told him it depends on what Wood says because I did ask Wood like way earlier. So I don't want to be that guy that like schedules a podcast and then tells them that another guest is going to be in their place. So if it's not Wood, it'll be Dave. And if it is Wood, then we'll have Dave the week after. If you had to live in one Silent Hill game, which would it be? I'd go with SH2 for some good old pizza. I would go with Silent Hill 3 because after the events of the game, the town basically goes back to normal. So I would live in the post-story events of Silent Hill 3 because they've killed the demon for the second time and there's no cult members left, really. So, I mean, at least not to our knowledge. So the cult's gone and the town's basically back to normal. Silent Hill 4 because Eileen, my man, good choice. Good fucking choice there, Kendo. Got him. I actually need to use one of these. I'm just making sure there's nothing else here. I don't believe there is. So let's head on into the prison. It's our next, like, larger area of the game. Yeah, we got to go around this way. So we just have the prison, the nightmare prison, and the church left. So we're actually pretty close. We're probably, I would say, 2/3 of the way through with the game. Dumpsters filled with rotting garbage. Doesn't seem like it's been emptied for months. Yeah, that's a solid choice, Kendo. I'm not gonna lie. Overlook Penitentiary. Dark Times. I wonder why they called that safe spot Dark Times when you first get to town. I don't know. It's interesting. I have never played Obscura, no. I'd like to, though.
I'm inside the prison.
Okay, I'm up in cell block B. Come and get me already.
That's a PS2 game, right? Guys, the brightness is way better, right? Like, this actually looks good now. I fixed a, like, full unlimited color range thing on my camera, and the footage to me looks a lot better now. It's like RE5 and 6, it's better with a partner. Okay. How would you play online, though, if it's a PS2 game? Is there, like, a RE Outbreak type situation where people still, you know, get on some, like, third-party server and play it, or what? Or is it even possible? Or is it couch co-op? Oh, I thought that was another stimulant, dude. I got excited. So I still am missing at least one because I've never gotten the achievement for finding all of them. I've found several of them, but not all of them. Yeah, I just had some kind of color range setting jacked up, so apologies for the shit super dark quality yesterday, but we got it figured out. Oh. It's a note left behind by a prisoner. When you're notified you have a visitor, an officer searches you and then escorts you to the visitor area. You then get placed in a cage, get uncuffed, and wait for your visitor. For the right amount, officers will let visitors bring things in. It's against the rules, of course, but even high-ranking officers do it. I mean, who's going to stop them? After your visit is over, they strip you, search you, and let you get dressed. Then you get cuffed and escorted back to your cage. Seeing friends and family is the only thing that gives me hope. Dad, I hope you visit soon. Until next time. Dave! It's a sign. It's a sign. That Dave wrote this message. That's that fucking Dear Dave. Thanks for the support, asshole. Someone left a note. Oh yeah, this guy's fucking furious. I'm tired of the ridiculous time constraints you people give me. You ask me to fix the cameras, and then 30 minutes later you call and ask why I haven't patched the hole in the wall yet. I'm tired of the mixed signals. Someone just tell me what you really want. To whoever is reading this, do not touch my tools. I'm coming back to fix the goddamn cameras after I brick up the goddamn hole in the goddamn showers. What's up, John? Watch streak is alive, although you were here early. Yeah, say that swear word one more time, buddy. See what happens. I'll beat your ass. But yeah, appreciate that watch streak, John, you know? I very often joke and say that I don't find my streams very entertaining, but I wouldn't, personally, I forgot about that. Does that happen every time? That seems randomized, dude. What's up, Dave? I don't remember that happening last time. Okay, so we gotta run, bitch. Wait, he was looking at something. Let's try this first. Look at that combat roll. Whoa, why is that like so sharp and good looking though? It looks like the panel, this panel controls the gates for the entire prison. Let's see if I can get it working. Nothing is happening. I guess it's broken. Damn. Oh yeah, something else I was gonna do during the stream. I'm gonna buy Condemned Criminal Origins on the Xbox store because it's only $19.99. And if I go online on eBay, that's about how much used copies cost me anyway. So just to reduce the wear and tear on my system, I'm just gonna download it because my disk drive has seen better days. Oh, absolutely fucked. Why are they moaning and groaning so much, though? For any readers looking to enjoy that good old Shepherd's Glen hospitality, you may want to reconsider your options. I recently stayed at the Shepherd's Inn, located conveniently just outside the downtown area. While our previous overnights at this location were memorable, the year since their sequicentennial celebration has not been kind to our neighboring burg. Our accommodations themselves were inhospitable, to put it mildly, and the locals seemed gruff and uninviting. Even the town hall, once a friendly way for tourists to learn about the area's culture, stood in exceeding disrepair. On day 2, the rest of the message is blurred and illegible. Sequicentennial, that is a word. Always catches me off guard when I see that. What's up, Dave? How you doing, sir? I still find myself amazed at just how big YouTube is. Like the other day, I somehow came across an entire category of manifest videos with the comment section filled with thousands of people believing that their dreams and goals will be achieved just by listening to and watching these videos. I remember having that feeling when I first found out about ASMR videos. Like, I didn't understand what ASMR was or what people were trying to do with it, but I was just amazed that there were so many different people making those types of videos and that there was this gigantic community of people watching it. Nowadays, I totally get it because sometimes I do like to watch those videos to relax at the end of the day. But back then, I was so confused. And yeah, you're right. There's so many like small niche communities on YouTube for crazy shit that you would just never expect. I'm not saying manifestation itself is crazy. I'm just saying like you would never expect that there'd be a whole community of people doing stuff like that. Dave, I feel like you always come into this game when I'm at the prison. I feel like last time this was right around when you showed up as well. You know what? Let's do this. Oh my god. Insane. Oh god. What the fuck? I sawed the air. Let's go. Oh, just try it, buddy. Try it, bucko. Dude, Adipie, have you ever seen those gigantic Google data centers? Silent Hill, New Vegas. Basically, oh, there's Wheeler.
Now get me out of here. There's a switch over there.
So there is a, I feel like I've watched you play SH2 a lot, but I always see something new. Yeah. There's a video about the Google data centers.
When this is over, I'm buying the first round and then the second.
Here's the best joke in the whole game.
Can you walk?
It's pretty much the same as a server farm, yeah.
Shit, I may be a little slow, but whatever the hell it takes to get out of here, let's do it.
Just football fields of hard drives.
They split us up when we got here. I heard him say something about taking a woman to solitary.
And that's where we're going.
But we gotta get back to the guard station.
Got it. Come on.
Here we go. Best joke in the whole game. It's a roast from Wheeler.
Fuck. You cuff him. I'll read him his rights.
Oh, he said it, dude.
This town is full of monsters. How can you sit there and eat pizza?
Try to open that gate.
Good question. I'd like to know, Eddie, if you ever feel the need to fucking answer. Yeah, they have to be cold. Like those server rooms have to be kept very, very cold with the AC because otherwise the shit would overheat and they can't have that happening. Actually, though. What was he looking at on the floor? He's like looking down at something, but I guess not. Anyway, so we're gonna need to get some wires here to fix this. May not be this exact room that we need, but it'll be later on. Love learning about data itself.
Oh, now that's gross. Alex, hit that switch.
Hit that snare. Love learning about data itself and how it's formed, and then you have cloud tech, which is infinite, I guess. I mean, theoretically. It's used in a lot of manipulative bullshit ways, where people say, oh, infinite cloud computing power, and you can make games of any, you know, as long as your internet's fast enough, you can stream games, but it turns out that there's a lot of latency and it doesn't work very well. Look no further than Google Stadia, by the way, which was a train wreck.
Now here's what you do. Head across the catwalk to the locked bars on the far side. Now get out of here.
An absolute fucking train wreck. That's all it is, dude. You know what's funny about the Google Stadia is there's this guy, his name's not Phil Spencer, but it is Phil something. I forget what his name is. They call him the Harbinger of Doom because he worked for Sony during their worst E3 press conference, 06. He worked for Microsoft during their worst press conference in 2013. And he worked for Google Stadia during the announcement. It's not Phil Spencer. That's the Xbox guy. But yeah, he worked for all those companies at their absolute worst moments, which is just hilarious. Phil Harrison, yes, the bald guy, Phil Harrison. Dude, E3 2006 is so hilarious. That's legitimately one of the greatest conferences ever if you just want to laugh. Like Kaz Hirai comes out and announces the PS3 and he's like, we're certainly not interested in gimmicks. And then he proceeds to show like an hour straight of nothing but gimmicks. Oh. Like, oh, you can play Ridge Racer on the PlayStation 3, and if you hold up a PSP, you can use it as your rear view mirror. Whoa. Like, what a bullshit, pointless gimmick. Who wants that, or who would even want to use that? You're really just going to hold up a PSP while you play so you can get a rear view mirror? Who would do this? Oh. Nice try, bitch. Yeah, those Kroby Cat compilations. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it's probably copyright is the reason why he stopped doing those, because they just kind of abruptly stopped after E3 2020 or something. And he also hasn't done the Game Awards compilations in years. But his Game Awards compilations were hilarious. The Schick Hydrobot, remember that? Wow, Hydrobot, taking it to the next level. And the Hydrobot was like upgrading people to the front row seats and they just looked like they were dead inside and didn't give a shit. Yeah, the Jeff Kojima romance. Or he's like getting genuinely emotional. He's like, and you have always been a good friend of mine and you have never, ever disappointed me. It's like, holy shit, bro. And I'm just so honored to call you a friend above anything else. It's like, I get that they are good friends, but damn, bro, it's just a little bit much. Like, damn, it's a Game Awards show. It's not that serious.
Listen, this door is jammed. I need your help.
Okay, I can see you. That's the entrance to the A-block.
We gotta watch it now. I love how they show the Angry Joe clip where it's like Gamer of the Year, you know, whenever it was like Greg Miller that won. And it shows the Angry Joe clip and he's like, this, you took this shit and you fucking pocketed it. This is the only fucking shit you people care about. And then it just shows Peter Moore going, that's playing over the PA. He's just fucking smirking about it. Boogie 2988. Yeah, Boogie 2988, the way he said it. Alright.
I'll let you know.
This is where we need those wires. Because we're going to have ourselves another wire puzzle coming up. The second one in the game. So we need this. And then there's 2 more that we're going to need. None of these switches are active. Yeah, we got to go upstairs. Yeah, that Angry Joe video was probably the most genuinely mad he's ever been, because that was around the time where just everybody on YouTube was getting copyrighted left and right and demonetized. I think that was around the time of the first adpocalypse, was what people were calling it. Yeah, this radio has a loose wire. And then there's one more. But yeah, I think that was around the time of the very first adpocalypse, and he just had a full-blown fucking explosion meltdown about it, because he was so pissed off. Alright, so there's our 3 wires. Let's go ahead and put this together. Dude, yeah, remember, wasn't the... So, I am a little bit foggy on the details, but didn't the adpocalypse happen because of that guy Steven Crowder and like a journalist from, I can't remember the company that he was with. It was like what was the company? Was it The Verge or something like that? I can't remember for sure. I never really was into the details. I just remember that it caused like a bunch of panic on YouTube because people thought like there was a hashtag like YouTube party is over. Like people thought the website itself was just going to be dead after that. Okay, still just 2. Or still just 1. Like I said, I have no idea how these puzzles are supposed to work. I really don't. I just kind of trial and error until they work. Okay, there's 2, so I'm assuming the yellow does need to be on the end. Okay, 3. So the only one that's wrong... Okay, they were correct. There's 3. Okay, so the yellow does have to be on the end, so it's just these 2. Three again. Now it's only 2. Dude, like what the fuck? It doesn't even make sense. You guys remember Gamergate? I remember Gamergate. Okay, so there's 3. Three again. It's only 2. So if I take this one, okay, so yellow does need to be on the end no matter what. Let's put this one here and this one here. I thought that was actually going to be it. Wow, how is that also 3? I just don't understand like how these work. It literally just seems to be trial and error. You just have to fuck with them enough. Like there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. So there's red, yellow, blue, and also the colors being super muted doesn't help. Yeah, as soon as I move yellow off of the end, it goes down, so that has to be right. It is my worst enemy, dude. That's no exaggeration. Okay, so yellow on the end, white in the second slot. I think those are both definitely correct. So the only ones I have to figure out are these. Okay, so red needs to be in the third for sure. There it is. Jesus. What a mess. The absolute buffoonery of that puzzle. Hey, it's another serum. That's really not all of them. How many more could there even be? Yeah, so this memo in here is going to straight up tell us what we need to put for the combination, which is kind of easy, but I'll take it. Not going to complain. Yeah, so 110391. If anyone finds this note, I can help you access the gateway to your freedom, but to escape your fate, you must first visit solitary confinement. So 110391, it straight up tells us what to use.
All right, Wheeler, I made it in. I'm gonna look around.
Oh, this part, dude. Yeah, this part. It literally just turns into Saw. Saw the movie, the game.
Mom. Jesus, what did they do?
Alex. Is that you?
Mom, I'm gonna get you down.
I appreciate that, Adipie. But sleeping quick, I usually put on green noise. Check out green noise. It's like a frequency that's like wind in the trees, and that shit knocks me out.
Your father and I. We loved you so much. But they said we could only choose one.
Mom, please. Stop. Save your breath.
Let me go, Alex.
I can't.
It hurts so much. Make it stop.
Mom, I can't.
Please, Alex. Please.
Yeah, rain is also a classic. I mean, there's very little issues with using rain. Now, regardless of what you say, you get an achievement for this, but I'll kill her. I actually gotta pee really quick, you guys. While this is happening, I'm gonna go do that.
It's okay, Alex. love you.
All right, we have made the decision to murder our mom. And you know what? The first time I did that, I got an achievement. You've seen that clip, right? Where I'm like, an achievement. You know, you murdered your mom. Yay, remember that one? You getting it? Yeah, it's Silent Hill Homecoming. For some reason, they give you an achievement for killing your mom. I didn't write the game. I didn't write the game. I just work here. It's already included in one of the Stamp is Sus episodes. Yeah, Doc already put it in one. Boom, boom. How does Doc find those clips and compile? I don't know how he edits them. I'd like to know. My God, why did I shoot her? I could have tried to save her. Nope. If you choose the other option, she gets killed anyway, so there is no winning here. So stop the nonsense, Alex. Stop the bullshit. Stop the lies. The absolute nincompoop. This is absolute balderdash. Okay. Yeah. Let's keep on going here. I do want to try to finish the game. We've been lurking passively with stream on the TV. The absolute silence, and then, yeah, I've decided to kill my mom is wild. You should see the first clip when I got there. I had not played this game in like over a decade, and I didn't realize that they give you a fucking achievement for killing her, dude. So my reaction to that was, in Doc's opinion, clip worthy. Here, let me actually switch over, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. God, the stream looked so different back then. All right, let's see. Please don't capture browser. Okay, I got scared. Whew, my Facebook almost pulled up. What's up, by the way, Gummy? I got scared. I think the clip is actually called You Murdered Your Mom. Yes, I freaked out about the trophy that says childhood trauma. I did, in fact, do that. Because that trophy is the cringiest thing that has ever been inserted into a Silent Hill game. Clips. What? It's in the living room. You can just plug it up in the living room. No, you're fine. Let's see here. Wow, you guys have clipped a lot. Holy shit. Why is Dr. Red clipping things at a rate that I've never seen before? There it is. You murdered your mom? Yay. Eyeliner slang today. Appreciate it. I'm using Urban Decay today, not Lights Out. I usually use this tube called Lights Out, but today I decided to go back to the brush and the Urban Decay. All right, here's the clip. Let's see. Yeah, look how different the stream looked back then, by the way. We had a blue background, but this is the first time. You murdered your mom? Yay. Yeah, see. At least she didn't have to die that way. Why is it so small and low, though? I look like a little gnarled green turd in the corner. Dr. Red, it's okay, dude. It's alright, man. An achievement! You murdered your mom, yay. It's so stupid, dude. Like, why would they give you an achievement for such a thing? Why? But yeah, that was almost 2 years ago now, which is really crazy. Anyways, let's keep going. I have seen some shit. I've seen some shit. I've seen some duty. I've seen some caca, even. Now, I don't even want to say that word. It's just so foul, but I have seen some, I'll tell you that. Also this, is it in the Stamp as Sus compilation? You must agree to the YouTube terms of service to view this embed. Well, sorry, I don't agree to anyone else's terms, only my own. Oh, hey, it's our dead mom again. Goodbye. She's now just a souvenir in the hallways. I'm a rebel without a cause, and I don't play by the rules, dude. By the way, does someone care to help me cheat and tell me what this puzzle combination is? Because I always forget what it is. By the time I actually get here, I always forget what it is. So can I copy off of someone's homework, please? Just put Silent Hill Homecoming big fucking pillar puzzle, and it should give you the result. Oh, man. Why did he kill his mom? Is he stupid? Well, yes, but he was kind of put in a situation where if he didn't kill her, she was going to be killed by the mechanism anyway. I know, yeah, because it doesn't actually take me, because the way I have to do it, Gummy, and I recommend you do this too, I think you do, but I recommend using like a throwaway browser that you don't use for anything else, that way there's no chance of leaking. And my throwaway browser just happens to be Microsoft Edge, and I'm not signed into YouTube on there. Yeah, so if he didn't shoot her, she would have died from the mechanism anyway, so. I stand beside the holy man, the monarchs fear my wrath, and none may move the way I can ever the crooked path. Hey, what's up, DDogCat36? How you doing? Doing your first playthrough? Nice. Yeah, I've played this a lot, but I somehow always forget what this puzzle combination is. Every time. But yeah, that's why I recommend using a throwaway browser, because at least then there's no potential to leak shit. And yeah, leaking is very bad. I've leaked a couple times and I had to like immediately delete the VOD, and then it created a nightmare because I had to edit the video and download like 6 hours of footage. Kids, don't grow up to be like me. Pillar pizzle is what I put. Okay. Well, I was right. I got this one right. Easy. Okay, so just remember 3 turns to the left for each one. That's actually really simple. Oh, these motherfuckers. There was also, I wish that there was still a clip of it. I think the VOD is still out there, but the last time we played this, one guy in my chat, his name is Jordan, but his name in chat is Wang in my zipper. And he described this boss so perfectly. He's just like, wow, that thing has 6 pairs of tits and 2 asses. And I laughed myself sick over that for so long because it's just the way that he worded it was so fucking funny. Did he just put his hand in a meat sack? Yes, he did. You guys will see what he's talking about. He was about to go Looney Tunes in this Roach Motel. Who writes this shit?
Sorry, Alex. I'm afraid I got more bad news.
Chumming. What's up, Salt?
I found this on one of those order soldiers I roughed up.
Chumming on a Tuesday. Even though it's Wednesday.
Then we gotta get out of here.
Let's go, partner.
Let's go. Me and the boy, the man himself, Deputy Wheeler. It's almost Tuesday. Tuesday. Now this this boss here is very easy, but you actually can't just cheese it with the laser like I have been doing because you have to do some dodging and some melee stuff. So.
Where the hell are we? I don't know, Wheeler, but we have to keep moving.
Jesus, why was that so loud? Out of nowhere though. You know, Gummy, that just kind of hit me again. Like, completely out of context, what a crazy thing to say. I've decided to kill my mom. Imagine if someone didn't know the context. And that was their introduction to my stream. I'd seen footage of this one SH boss with like 5 faces on something like a chainsaw, which looked badass. I don't think that's in this game, but I think I know what you're talking about, yeah. Well, got him. That and the thing where like the big boss drops down and Wheeler goes, you book him, I'll read him his rights. Or you cuff him, I'll read him his rights. Like, dude, that's so cringe. All right, so whenever you see this door, you know that you're about to go to a boss. Dude, my Spectrum internet has been so shit. The Spectrum is like my backup work line just in case my fiber line ever goes, and they've been texting me like 4 times a day saying their shit's going offline. I'm glad I'm not reliant on that shit to stream anymore.
Oh, thank God. How did you find me?
So this is Elle's mom here.
I've got to get you out of here.
What is that? Where did you get that?
It's Els.
Elle, where is she? Is she okay?
I don't know. I'll find her, though. I promise. She said she took this from you. So I guess you should have it back.
This isn't mine. It belonged to Nora.
Nora?
Hey, turn on the gas!
He actually survives this somehow. Watch her face. Yeah. This is like the Bond villain reveal as she smirks on her way out. Watch this Bond villain reveal.
Get out of here! I'll save Wheeler!
Watch. Oh, she fucking did it, dude. The smirk. The absolute smirk. You little son of a bitch. The twist. Alright, now here's the boss that Wang in my zipper so eloquently described. Human Centipede, a year before the movie came out. Oh, why is it so quiet though? It does a tail swing. Oh, God. Yeah, I think I need a melee weapon for this when I'm able to get around it. Because I know you can't just cheese it with the pistol. I know that doesn't work. Oh, my God. So whose sexual frustration is this boss supposed to symbolize? Mine. Just kidding. Fuck me. It's not doing like any damage though, so it's fine. Oh my God, I'm getting comboed, dude. I think I need a melee weapon out. Let's do this. And then we'll just, okay. Yeah, that's what you need to do. And then, there we go. And then you hit it. And then there we go. You're sick, actually, she? Fucking ride him, cowboy.
Wait, Josh!
I'm probably gonna be sick after tomorrow, to be honest with you, or after today. Like how the boss just completely disappears. It just disintegrates. But yeah, I have to go to a licensing office and then I have to go re-register my car. So inevitably, every time I go out in public, there's always some guy that's like hacking up a lung. And I almost always get a cold or get sick from it. So, hey, we're in the last area. That was just so much. Oh, are you talking about? Oh, are you sick with laughter? Are you sick with laughter? Because that's pretty cool, actually. Are you talking about the monster that has multiple pairs of titties and one ass? If I actually, you know what? I put that in my Discord at some point, but I think, like Kendo said, it was 2 playthroughs ago, so it's getting pretty old. My batteries are good. When having a face mask is now a must. Well, I'm just quarantined so damn much, dude. It's like, just by default, I would probably wear one just because I don't want to get sick. But it's like as soon as I have contact with another human that isn't Bridget and they cough, I'm like, fuck. And I just instantly get sick. It's like my immune system is really strong in some ways, but really piss weak in others. It like makes no sense. I got sick because some fucker came to work sick again. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, some people can't take off sick because they can't lose the money. Like some places don't have good PTO setups. It's like, I know you want to show that you're a loyal employee or whatever, but don't show up sick and get everybody else sick. That's not the way to go about it, my dude. What a beautiful design. Oh, yeah, some of this church music is actually from Silent Hill 3. This looks like another place where I can use the dagger. Wow, so much of this borrows from 3, actually, I just realized. I'm a rat the fuck out of him? Oh no. It is time to tattle tale. That's all I'm saying. Salt said, when that motherfucker comes into work, I'm tattling with the speed of light. In 1 picosecond, I will have tattled. And I respect that. It's a statue holding something. I can't make out the expression on its face. The object is blocking my view. Looks as though something is missing from this plate. That's a candle, I believe. It's wonderful how The Evil Within 1 actually had a plot reason for safe room music. It was a really neat addition. It was, actually. I really like the use of Claire de Lune in that game. Yeah, it's like a win-win. You shouldn't be at work because you're sick and you don't want to spread it, and it gives you a free day off, so it is a win-win, you know? Oh no, where are the fucking the cockroaches, dude? Oh my god, stop screaming. Oh, here they are. Chalice plate. Oh my god, the sound cue had me all fucked up. I just rolled over that one. Oh, piece of shit. Meanwhile, will still work because the sick leaves will be converted into cash at the end of the year. Oh yeah, that's also true. That's also kind of scummy. It's like, hey, the less days you take off, the more money you make at the end of the year. It's like, what if I'm genuinely sick? That's on you, bro. That's a you problem. I had a boss that used to always say shit like that. Like, he used to always tell me that, you know, like, traffic wasn't an excuse. He was like, circumstance is not an excuse. He's like, if you really cared about being here on time, you would leave so early that traffic would never be an issue. I was like, okay, buddy. Okay, bucko. Unlit candle. And then we get the complete Silent Hill 3 ripoff scene. Maybe they know what's going on around here. Where we get to talk to our father.
Forgive me, Father.
And I'm gonna roast the shit out of him.
It has been 4 years since my last confession.
Yeah, you should be grateful you still have a job.
Father, I'm not even sure you can help me.
Please.
I'm lost. I'm so deep beyond the reach of my faith, and I'm sinking further away.
Why should God care? Yeah, you can roast the shit out of him. I'm actually going to be nice this time, because if you roast him, you get a really kind of shitty ending.
What could you have done that was so terrible?
I took my role as a father, and I turned it into a daily chore. Fed him, cleaned him.
This town is not big enough for the two of us.
I treated the dog with more respect. And when I was given a second son, the first might as well have been a stranger sleeping in our house.
Sounds like you can change. You don't sound sorry.
I feel that you could start loving your son at any time.
I do love my son, Father. I love both my sons. But I had to make a choice. And the only way to live with that was to make sure my son never loved me.
No, this is Alex's dad talking.
Sure that he would never feel joy or compassion. All the things that make life worth living. You must understand, I was only trying to make things easier for him. And for me. And for this selfishness, I ask forgiveness.
If you truly want forgiveness, then you already have it.
Thank you, Father. And now I have something for you, Father.
I don't need anything from you. What?
Kneeling man plate. Circumstance is literally an excuse, though. Yeah, I know. It was really weird. Like, and he was trying to give me, like, some life lesson bullshit. Blessed is the man who does not tread the path of the wicked, or stand in the way of sinners, or sit in the seat of mockers. It was like he was trying to father-son me and give me a life lesson, which that's one thing that pisses me off, is when my bosses try to act like I've had no guidance in life and that they need to talk some sense into me or something. Like, bro, you don't need to talk any sense into me. I was already taught right and wrong. That's something that's always annoyed me. Oh, I tried it. Okay, I tried to dodge. Okay, we just need one. We need two more. But we got to get this one over here with the candle first. What is this, Dark Souls? Pretty much, yes. Especially when you see the bosses at the end, you'll think it's Dark Souls. The dodge roll, yeah. There's actually kind of a parry mechanic too, because if you get knocked down, you can press B as soon as you land, and he like jumps back up really quick. Basically some kind of parry. Because the dodge roll is slow as fuck, and you can get hit during it. Oh yeah, here's where we get our last one. Wow, this is high octane gameplay. That was so stupid, dude. Yeah, there's like hardly any iframes, if any. I don't think there's any. I picked the wrong one twice. Ingenious, and now we have to stomp out some more. Oh god. Okay, never mind. There we go. So there's our last chalice. Bitch. Now the last thing we need. This. It's a scene of a knight being stabbed in the back by an executioner. What did he do to deserve this? The center window has something just below it.
Watch the Elden Ring DLC trailer.
Oh, there's actually a react to a video redeem that you can do as well. All right. It's 10K. You know what? That's just the state of the stamp coin economy, dude. Easy. That was so dumb. Okay. Record time, let's go. What is this, real life? We get another Silent Hill 2. No, yeah, pretty much a Silent Hill 2 ripoff here. It's our dad. Now this is the fucking, this is like the double, triple whammy that they pull here.
What are you doing here? I'm here to save Joshua.
Joshua, you can't save him. You need to get out of here.
Stop giving me orders, Dad. You have no idea what I'm capable of.
You hate me. It's okay. I don't blame you.
I don't hate you. I forgot you. A long time ago.
I never meant to hurt you, son. I had to make a choice. And now I'm paying for it. We all are.
You'll see out of pie very soon.
After all I've done, you still wear my old dog tags. That must mean something.
What are you talking about? These are mine. I'm a soldier. Just like you wanted.
I'll read that after the twist.
Alex, you've been in the hospital.
I know. I was wounded in battle.
No. A mental hospital. You've been there ever since the accident.
No. That's not true. I'm a soldier. I protect people.
We had to take you there. After that night. After I gave
Yeah, he's a soldier boy, tell him.
What is this thing? What did you do? Where's Joshua?
Alex, forgive me.
So here's the double, triple twist. A, Alex was never a soldier. B, he was actually just in a mental hospital playing dress up, and he's wearing his dad's dog tags, not his own. The double, triple twist that they just pulled right there. He's basically Cloud, pretty much. Yeah, that's not inaccurate. He was never a soldier. He was never in soldier. He never made it. Oh, damn. Dad's remains. That's actually pretty fucked up, I'm not gonna lie. You can see blood coming out of the ear, for God's sake. I hate you, Dad. Why'd you have to save a new game on my complete Pokédex Pokemon Crystal? Good question, dude. God, I'd hate somebody for life if they pulled that shit on me too. You understand how many hours of dedication, grinding, blood, sweat, and tears it took me to get there? Mining equipment. Doesn't look like it's been used in a while. This suit could protect me. Yeah, so you can't go through this until you have the mining equipment on. Kojimbo has done it again. Yep, 10 out of 10, boys. You think Celebi just farts on tall grasses? Nuh-uh. Who the fuck is Celebi?
Going down.
Double bruh. Oh, you know you can redeem that, by the way.
I love what I do. Fixing things. It's my gift.
How did he know it was me, though? He won't be goaded into using your points this time? Okay.
I have direction.
Fine, Kendo, fine.
Clarity. It's important to know who you are.
Sure, I'll play it. I'll have to get a PS5 before it comes out, but I'll play it. He hit me in the back. How did that knock me out that fast? What a wimp.
Soldier.
And then we get pretty much a complete Bond villain monologue from this lady here.
Judge Holloway.
You should probably call me Margaret. You're so grown up now.
I found Elle, but I don't know what happened. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry too.
What would be her Bond villainous name? Good question.
To raise a child, to instill your values into her. You want her to be her own person, but you hope she'll always remember what's important. Family.
I'm surprised they didn't just give her a British accent as well.
What's going on?
Family is the most important thing, Alex. I would do anything to protect them. That's why I sacrificed my daughter.
What?
Sorry. That's what they expect me to be like.
The founders. They had good intentions. They left the Order to start a new life in Shepherd's Glen, where they feared
I know, yeah.
our God. So they made a pact to keep us safe.
Sacrifice in a Silent Hill game.
All that was required was a small sacrifice. Our children. Once every 50 years, the founding families must make an offering to appease the god. One of our children, our own flesh and blood, struck down by our own hands. I did what was required. I watched the light fade from Nora's eyes as I took her life, knowing that her death would protect our family,
God.
protect Shepherd's
Josh.
Glen. No, Alex. One of us failed. Lacked the strength to fulfill fulfill his duty. Your father.
Look at all the shimmer shiny items in here.
Where's Joshua?
Don't you see? Because of him, our sacrifices were in vain.
That sound. The vine boom. What's that all about?
Your father's lack of conviction cursed us all. Only hope was to revive the order which our founders abandoned. The true faith.
By kidnapping? By murdering?
Murdering? I've given them life through rebirth.
Ugh.
And what about Elle?
That line is so bad.
I've tried to make Elle understand. But she's like you, Alex. She still thinks there are such things as good and evil. But there aren't. There is only chaos and order. Show my daughter the price of her disobedience.
This is literally just Hostel. So we've already had Saw the game, and now we have Hostel.
Don't! Look! I can help you with all this. There must be another way.
No, Alex.
Oh yeah, New Order. Wasn't that also Depeche Mode, or am I just saying stuff?
Your father couldn't.
Or same people from it? That scream. It's almost on par with Murphy's scream. This is so stupid, dude. What the fuck were they thinking with this? Yeah, I don't even think of using auto fire or all no. Lair map. I literally calls it a lair. How is this not a Bond villain scenario? A lair map. This game is such a fucking parody of itself, dude. It is ridiculous, She. You're not wrong. Alright, so we gotta find our stuff. Oh, we still have our busted laser pistol. It's the one item they didn't frisk us long enough to... Don't ask where Alex hid that, by the way. I think you all know the answer, and I know the answer, and I'm not gonna say it. Not on this live stream. Let's just say they couldn't frisk me hard enough to find it. What's up, Immortal Flames Afros? What? That is a name. Yeah, it's not your first chat in here, though. Following since December 17th, 2014. What the fuck? You're an OG. Oh my god, dude. You've been here forever. Welcome back, dude. Holy shit. Or I would say it. Yeah, don't say it. Not allowed. You can't say it. But like I said, they couldn't frisk me hard enough to find it. You do the math. Yeah, they didn't want to search his armpit because it's icky. That's what Judge Holloway said. And look what it cost them. Everything. Ha. What a fucking clown this guy is. Hey, it's the pistol. Or a pistol. Watch. Lurking mostly. I appreciate that. We've talked about this before, but I think lurking is a big sign of respect on Twitch. You only lurk the streams that you enjoy watching even if you're not in chat, and that means a lot to me, so I appreciate that. They mostly look like enemies from New Vegas. A little bit, yeah, for sure. Alright, so now that we have this Sector 3 key, we can head back this way, and we should be able to recover all of our other stuff. All of our rifles and shit, because I do want to use it for the final boss. Oh. What did it cost them? Fucking everything. I mean, seriously, this is busted. Beyond belief. Okay, this is where I started. So it's gonna be this way. Yeah. So the room with our stuff in it is in here. Look at that strafing, dude. The strategies. Oh, shit. We'll find the key once we get to L. Oh, you guys are dead. What? Where are they coming from? The fuck? What do you mean there he is? Sounded like they were going to be coming after me. Oh. They saw me, but I have to pry the door open to even get where they are. Makes a lot of fucking sense, game. Oh, that's just that's so fucking stupid, dude. Okay, let's find Elle. She's over here somewhere. We're gonna take care of our boy Curtis, too. I have not formally asked them yet, but yes, I would love to do a Fortnite stream where we actually squad up. I think it would be hilarious. More hostile. Let's go. Yeah, Left 4 Dead would be fun as well, for sure. No Mercy is the greatest Left 4 Dead scenario of all time. That is not an ounce of cap. Not an ounce of cap. Dude, we used to replay No Mercy for hours and hours and hours on 360 back in the day. God, it was so fun. Listen to him giggling. What are you giggling about, dude? You don't have any cause to be giggling right now. What do you hate about it? It's amazing. It's literally the biggest parody of itself that has ever existed. Oh my god! You're going down, he said. What the fuck?
Alex, my mother.
That's the dumbest shit I've ever seen.
I can't believe this.
And then Alex went Super Saiyan. You've never played Fortnite? I think one of the keys I need was actually in there, so why did we run out so quick? Okay. The key to the room that has all my shit in it is over here. I know it is. It's like the key to room 205. There it is. 301. Okay. So now we can go in here and get all of the rest of our stuff. Yeah, I think it would be fun. I think it would be fun specifically because not a lot of us have played it. I've launched it maybe twice and played 1 or 2 games. It seems okay. It's very easy to play. I love Elle's theme. The real version has vocals though, the soundtrack version.
Let's go.
What? Put it down, buddy. Why'd that sound so fucking sus though? Alright, got all my weapons back. Some pistol ammo. That sounds from Silent Hill 4, actually. That's the ghost sound. It's really odd that that's in here. Oh. Dude, there's so much healing. Oh, is that a stimulant? Oh, this might be the last one. Achievement? No, dude, there must be another one that I'm missing. That sucks. It has to only be 1 or 2, though, because I found a ton of them this playthrough and I didn't get the achievement. I think I found 6 or 7 total, so that's quite a bit. Alright, so we need to go to a crossover to Sector 1. Yeah, and that'll get us to the exit, so let's go that way. Yeah, man, remember 2 Fort? I played so many fucking hours of 2 Fort payload back in the day. Because Team Fortress 2 was the first game I ever played a payload game type. I didn't even know that such a thing existed before. Oh yeah, we need to do the valve thing again. Oh no, wow no. Alright, we should run into Wheeler here soon as well. He's in one of these hold rooms. Yeah, there he is. Nice. And somehow when we get all of our stuff back, we don't get all of our ammo back, so I had to recover a little bit of that. But we're good. We have enough to get the job done easily. Oh, police marksman rifle, yeah. So this is where our rifle ammo goes. So we've got this as well. Yeah, I have no clue how he survived the prison thing, but he did. He's too far gone. Fuck it, I'll give him a med kit. I've got a ton. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think he even says anything. He just kind of dies. Why can't we let him... Why can't we get him out? Okay. Yeah, I guess he's just going to sit there laying there lifeless. And just panting really hard.
You need to get him out of here.
What about you?
I can't. Not without Joshua.
Be careful. I can't lose you too.
All right, now this part is infamous for its spiking really, really high in difficulty, especially for the puzzle here. But because I've looked up the solution before, I know that we just have to turn this outer ring 8 times and the inner ring 2 times, and then the second puzzle with it is really easy. So, but if you don't know what the solution is or you've never done it before, dude, it's like it just ramps up the difficulty on the puzzles to a 10 out of nowhere. All right, we're back to this spot that we haven't done since October 6th of last year, but this underground save is usually the last one in the game, so. All right. So we're going to turn the outer ring 8 times. 1. I can count everyone. And it does take agonizingly long to do this. Again, the Silent Hill 4 ghost noise is back in full force. 5. 6. Yeah, that's the real 5-head play, is being able to count. 7. 8. And then we just got to turn the inner ring twice. But basically what this is supposed to represent are the family crests and the way in which the kids were sacrificed. That's what this is supposed to represent. And then you get a smaller version of the puzzle here. And what we need to do is get the shepherd family symbol with the drowning symbol, because that's how the shepherd family did it, or how they're supposed to. So the shepherd's family symbol is this one. And then the inner one, we need the water symbol. Wait. No, the shepherd family symbol is this one, I think. Well, we know it's water, so let's just keep turning the outer ring. There it is. Sacrificial altar for the Fitch family. This must be the altar where Dr. Fitch put Scarlet after he dismembered her. There are 4 names on the plaque: Theodore, Rose, Rusty, and Scarlet. Yeah, so it's a fairly fucked up plot despite being so ridiculous at the end. So here's the Bartlett family. Mayor Bartlett laid Joey's dead body after he buried him alive. Helen, Charles, Patricia, and Joseph. And then this is going to be the Holloway. So Anne, Ernest, Lawrence, and Nora, and then the Shepherd one. Daniel, Thomas, Rebecca, Alex. But we're not dead. So what happened? Or are we dead? Unfortunately, no. It would be really crazy if they tried to pull that twist, but no, we're not. Well, we'll find out what happened very soon.
What's the matter?
Get dressed.
What are you doing here, Alex? That freak if he finds out.
Give that to me. Someone will see us.
No!
It's okay. I'm not gonna let anything happen to you.
Why are we here, Alex?
I know, yeah, Immortal. It's a love to hate game. I love to hate it.
You scared?
Oh no, I'm cool.
But I do enjoy playing it still.
Just... Dad never lets us out on the lake.
Not you, anyway. Dad thinks you're a little baby who can't do anything on his own.
Yeah? Why'd he give me this?
What is that?
That's Dad's ring. But he told me not to show you, so I guess that makes me cooler.
Let me see it.
No!
What a piece of crap.
It's not. It's worth more than $1 million.
What an asshole.
That's why Dad gave it to me. Give that back! Give that back! Come on!
Josh! Josh!
Do you know what you've done?
It was an accident.
Yeah, the heavy rain button.
This is not the way it's supposed to be. I chose you. Now you've ruined it for all of us.
No, he's okay. Right? He's like... No. I can save him. I can save him. He's okay.
Yeah, so Alex was chosen to be the sacrifice, but because of what happened, Josh became the sacrifice instead.
No.
And this is the most disgusting boss ever put into a video game, ever. You'll see why I say that. No, just disgusting. Whatever you're about to type, please stop because it's disgusting. The reason why it's disgusting is because they intentionally designed a hose that connects this monster's vagina to its mouth. Like, what the fuck were they thinking? What the fuck, dude? The hell were they on when they designed this? You can def fix her? I don't think so, dude. This is not the goth girl at GameStop. You're not fixing this. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god. Oh shit. Okay. I'm gonna get comboed here if I'm not careful. I tried to roll. Yeah, you get double hit a lot here. Triple hit. Dude, I'm getting comboed. Okay. Okay. Nope. See what I mean? There's not even iframes, dude. You can still get hit even after you do that shit. It's so dumb. Is this even Silent Hill? It is in name. There's that. Oh, there was the parry. Okay. So that's phase 2. And then we're going to switch over to the pistol here. What are you doing, you idiot? Okay. Dude, how is that not dodging? I'm going to use my last 2 shotgun shells. Specifically because I'm not a wuss. Got him. Run up and press X to complete the game. Fucking disgusting. What the hell were they on? Shameful. Shameful.
I'm sorry, Josh.
All right, now let's see what ending we got.
Never meant for this to happen.
Good question. I often ask myself that when playing this. Why the fuck would they design a boss that way?
Here, buddy. Take this. I forgot.
All right, so whatever happens after this fade out is what ending we got. Okay, so I think this is the ending where we leave with L. So this is considered to be the best ending. Did I drink? I drank coffee. That counts as hydration, right? Yeah, so we get this remixed version of Elle's theme and we leave with her. This is considered to be the best ending. You missed. Do it again. I got you.
You're okay.
Yeah, I think so. Oh.
There's also a UFO ending in this game. Of course there, because why wouldn't there be?
What did you see in there?
What I needed to.
Oh my god. What I needed to. What a line. It's like at the end of Downpour when Anne says thank you for the truth. Oh my god. Fucking eye roll city. We'll play Alone in the Dark soon, yeah. Actually, I've been meaning to play the 2008 version of that. I've never played it before. You have unlocked the Big Rig Alex. I already had it, but yeah. Big Rig Alex costume. Let's go. So I still need to get the UFO ending, and I still need to unlock infinite ammo. But I think it just kicks me back to the sick job on the logo, dude. I appreciate it, man. Yeah, look at it. Look at that. That font is like perfect, dude. It's so close. It's got the rounded. It's just a little bit more bold, but the Nintendo is a little bit more bold anyway, so that's as close as it gets in my mind. So unfortunately, I can't let this play as much as I would like to. because it gets me copyrighted. So sorry about that. But it's the sacred line from the soundtrack if you want to hear the whole thing. And there we are. That once again, everybody, is Silent Hill Homecoming. Round of applause for this beautiful mess of a game. This beautiful mess of a game. Thank you, Immortal. Always fun. And I'm sure we'll be playing it again very soon. But, unfortunately, guys, I have... No, I did not use Photoshop. Funny enough, John, I actually just used Windows Photo Editor to use markup and eliminate the Nintendo text. And then I used Microsoft Paint 3D to put in my own text. And I just found a font that matched it really well. So yeah, fucking all Windows tools is all I used. Anyways, let's see who else is on, gamers. And let's get ourselves a little raid going. Get ourselves a little raid. Hey, Sir Avium is live. So Sir Avium is really cool. She was playing the Fears to Fathom games last night, and she plays a lot of indie horror. So go hang out with Sir Avium. Very cool lady. And yeah, I will talk to you guys later. Hey, if anybody wants to join the Discord, there's my link. It's very funny because it says P in it. Yeah, and I always announce when I'm going to be live and what games I'm going to be playing in there. Yeah, I'll be sleeping very soon, but yeah, outside of that, I will talk to you guys Friday night, and we'll get back to it. So everybody have a great rest of the night, and I'm going to disappear into a puff of Silent Hill fog in 3, 2, 1.
Really complicated.